Besides being our lawyer, our chief defense counsel, Charles Gary is also an honorary San Francisco police officer. He has a special police department badge. Dr. Washington Garner, a black doctor who knew Charles very well, was appointed to the police commission in San Francisco several years ago. Dr. Garner made Charles an honorary police officer and gave him a gold badge. It hit all the papers in the Bay Area. That upset cops all over California, the bigots and the racists, because at that time Charles was right in the middle of Huey P. Newton's trial. We heard wild, crazy, upsetting racist remarks and stories. We read them in the newspapers as far south as Los Angeles. They were really mad. But Charles kept his honorary policeman's badge. He began to receive a lot of threatening letters after that, and we suspect most of those letters came from racist bigots who are on the police force. Charles started to give the honorary policeman's badge back, but when the bigots, racists, and fools started to scream, Charles decided to keep it. When he was defending Warren Wells, who was involved in the April 6 shootout, Charles took his gold honorary badge out, during a recess, and started waving it all around. Warren figured it wasn't a real badge and was frantically trying to whisper to Gary, Charles, you'd better put that away, because they're going to arrest you. They'll bust you, man. You can't impersonate a pig, especially nowadays. You can imagine Warren Wells' mind going through all kinds of changes, with Charles Gary being the chief counsel for all the Panthers and the head Panther lawyer. You can imagine Warren's mind going 21 ways, thinking that if one of those deputies saw Charles with the badge, his own lawyer was going to get thrown in jail. Warren got real excited when Charles was playing around with a few of the people in the court corridor during the recess, holding up his badge and saying, "See, I'm a pig, too. I'm a pig, too." Charles didn't want to upset Warren, and Warren couldn't call Charles a pig at all. No one could ever do that, because Charles R. Gary is a great revolutionary lawyer, a brother, and, to our way of thinking, the Lenin of the courtroom. One knobs are up to date, stylish shoes with well-shined toes. Pimp socks are men's socks you can almost see through. They are usually nylon. 2. An article from the Wall Street Journal on the meeting between Karenga and the Rockefellers can be found in the Black Panther, February 2, 1969. Ed. Chicago, kidnapped, chained, tried, and gagged. Kidnapped. On the evening of August 19, 1969, we were returning from the wedding of Ray Messiah Hewitt, our Minister of Education, and Shirley Needley, one of the sisters in the party. The wedding had been held at the Berkeley Free Church, which is about half a mile from national headquarters. After the ceremony was over, we all piled into Eldridge's car, the one with the telephone in it, and headed back towards the office. We were just about 3 blocks from the office when a car sped up from our left, and swerved in front of us and stopped at the light. The people in the car all seemed to be looking at us through the rearview mirror. "Those cats look like," Messiah was saying. "Pigs." June Hilliard finished the sentence for him. June was driving. I looked to the right and saw a Volkswagen blocking the entrance to the service station at the corner. 2 other cars came up on our rear. "There's pigs all around us, in unmarked cars," June said. All of a sudden the doors of those cars opened, and agents and policemen began to flood out into the street from all directions. They were running towards our car yelling, "Get out of the car! Get out of the car!" They were holding .38 revolvers, .357 magnums, and shotguns on us. There were at least 15 cops surrounding us. If they're going to shoot, they might as well start shooting, because we're just dead, I thought. They were still screaming, "Get out! Get out!" Then I thought they were just going to search the car for weapons, and thought it was good we didn't have any, if they weren't going to shoot us after all. June had gotten out of the car, but the car began to roll, because the emergency brake wasn't on. Messiah got out of the car also, and I hollered to June to pull up the emergency brake. The door on the side where Shirley was snatched open and a cop pointed a gun in and said, "Get out. This is the FBI. Out of the car. Out of the car. Well, they're going to harass us and arrest us, and that's what it's all about," I said to myself. When June had gotten out of the car, he had been pushed around, away from the door. One of the agents reached in and grabbed the emergency brake. I watched him as he snatched it up. Then he pointed a gun at me and said, "All right, Seale, get out." I pulled the lock latch off, opened the door, and stepped out, with my hands hanging down at my sides, palms open, looking at him, cursing him with everything I could think of, because at that point all I could see and think of was a form of general harassment. Readily, someone said, "Hands over your head, and turn around." They grabbed my shoulder, spun me around, and pushed me toward the car. They began to pat-search me and one cop snatched my right arm and pulled it back and put a handcuff on it. Another snatched my left arm and pulled it back from across the trunk of the car and twisted the back of my hands toward my back and said, "Let's go, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here." They had guns in their hands and they were pushing me around. They didn't show me any identification. There must have been 15, 20 more police and plainclothesmen there. They all had guns. Some were even dressed in blue jeans, t-shirts, and short-sleeve shirts. I didn't see any uniforms. I was rushed into a car and stuck in the back seat, an agent on each side of me. 3 of them got in front with shotguns and they drove towards San Francisco. One agent said, "I'm informing you of your rights." He told me everything, except that I had a right to contact my lawyer. They asked me if I had anything to say. I didn't answer. They were talking to each other. They were giggling with each other saying, "This was so easy." In my estimation they were getting some kind of erotic sensation. They got on their radio and said, "All Berkeley police units and other units surrounding the Berkeley house can leave. We have suspect in custody." I was brought to the San Francisco City Jail and booked. Prior to the booking and after I took everything out of my pockets, the FBI took my little phone book away from me. That was my property. They didn't give it back to me at all. I don't know where it is now. I looked around them and one of the FBI pigs said, "Now I've informed you of all your rights." "You haven't informed me of all my rights." I said. "Yes, I did," he said, "I did it in the car." "No, you didn't. You're a liar, and you know it. You haven't informed me of all my rights." I noticed another pig standing there. I'd seen his face before, a number of times at press conferences and speaking engagements. I know his face very well, because one time at a press conference I walked up to him and asked if he was a government agent. "No," he had said, "I don't have anything to do with the government. I'm just a newsman. Can I come to this press conference?" "Sure you can," I said. "I just wanted to expose you if you were an agent so that the rest of the newsmen can let people know that there are agents and provocateurs working for the government all around us, who want to take things out of context and tell lies." Well, he was one of those cats. From everything I gathered, he must have been an FBI agent because he was there at the jail when they dropped me off. "Haven't I seen you somewhere before?" I asked him. He looked at me and just grinned. He really thought he was Superman. You can just look at a cat and see how he's psychologically goofed up with Superman notions, so brainwashed that he thinks he's defending the so-called free world. There is no free world. How in the world can America be free when somewhere between 40 and 50 million poor, oppressed people are living at subsistence and below? The dude was grinning and he said, "Yes, you might have seen me before. I've seen you at a couple of press conferences I've had," I told him, "and you got exposed by some of the legitimate members of the press. That's where I've seen you before, and then you denied that you were an agent for the FBI or that you were a member of any racist organization." "Well, Bob, that's how it goes," he said, with a shitty grin on his face. I guess he thought he was James Bond or some great white hunter. They tried to get me to sign a statement. No, I'm not signing it, I said. Then they tried to get me to sign something else. I don't know whether it was an attempt to get me to sign some stupid crap about waiving extradition rights or what it was. I'm not signing anything, I told them. I don't have to sign anything. They took my fingerprints and a mug shot, and told me to go down the hall, and they would give me a cell. I walked down there and spoke to a black cop who said he was a member of the Officers for Justice. He told me to sit down and I sat down in a little office there. He offered me a cup of coffee and I drank it. I was rather tired and wanted to go to sleep. I knew that I'd have to wait overnight before getting bailed out, so he gave me some blankets, put me in a cell, and I fell off to sleep. The first indication I had that I was being railroaded on some trumped-up charge in connection with that Connecticut frame-up, what I call a criminal agent, Mission Impossible plot to try and destroy the Black Panther Party, was after I'd been handcuffed on Shattuck Avenue in Berkeley. They were walking me toward a car. They said, "You're under arrest for conspiracy to commit murder, and conspiracy to kidnap and murder, in connection with Connecticut. What are these damned fools doing now?" I thought right off. Now these cats are out of their minds. And for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution, as they put it. I lay on my bunk in jail and I said to myself, these damned fools. Trying to railroad me. They're trying to railroad everybody they can out of the party. They're trying to stop the party from functioning. We knew it was coming, but now they're gonna try and trump up something else, and of course on me. I expect to be attacked by the pigs and the government, because we know that where we're going is correct and will expose the power structure for its continued oppression of the people. Charles Gary came in about an hour later and they woke me up. I had made a call to the Black Panther Party headquarters before I went down to the cell and told them that I was in the San Francisco City Jail, so they'd know where to send Charles. Charles Gary came in and we started smiling at each other because we knew that the racist cops had really gone overboard again in their attempts to try and destroy the party and the party leadership. The next day I was taken over to the federal building. It was the day after the arrest. McTernan, Gary's partner, came in to see me and I said, "We'll have to post the bail, won't we?" "Yes," he said. "Well, let's just get a bail," I said. "Well, go from there." They really didn't have a warrant yet. The next day they still didn't have a warrant. I appeared in the federal court in front of a U.S. commissioner, and McTernan argued that bail of $25,000 was too high and that I hadn't fled anywhere to avoid prosecution. McTernan said that I was watched 24 hours a day, that I'd been in the public eye continually, making speaking engagements, on TV in Los Angeles, speaking to 4,000 people at the National Committee to Combat Fascism convention, holding press conferences everywhere, even in that very building. So what did the government mean by claiming that I was fleeing to avoid prosecution? The commissioner said he had no jurisdiction over that and could only set the bail, which he said would be $25,000. So I went back to the cell in the federal building. I could see a whole crowd of San Francisco policemen and also what looked like plainclothesmen coming up with prisoners. At that point I couldn't tell whether they were local San Francisco plainclothesmen or federal marshals. They were running around in a frenzy and trying to look over at me every once in a while. They'd shake their heads and all this kind of stuff and run around. 2 hours after that first appearance in the federal court I was called back again and bail was posted, $25,000 in a cashier's check. And at that point I said, good, now I can get out of here and get this crap straight, and go talk to Gary and everything. Charles was in the middle of the Warren Wells shootout trial, so McTernan was substituting for him. When I got ready to leave the commissioner's court, the marshals said, "Will you step back here first?" I thought to myself, now, wait a minute. They have already booked me, they repeated, "Step back here." I remembered that the last time I was there, when I posted bail I had to come back through there, and I thought that that was where they processed you out. But no sooner had I gone back than they said, well, you can wait in the cell right there. So I stepped back into the cell. The door was still open, and 30 seconds later, a cop in plain clothes walked back and said, I'm from the San Francisco Police Department, and you're under arrest. What kind of crap is this? I said to myself. These cats are really out to railroad me. I just got through posting bail. What the hell are they going to arrest me for now? They brought me back and put me in the city jail. They said they had a warrant from Connecticut on the trumped-up charges of murder, conspiracy to murder and kidnap, but they didn't actually get it until several days later. As soon as they had me in the county jail, they dropped the phony unlawful flight charges. They just used that as a pretext to kidnap me. Gary had put in a subpoena to get an assistant to Attorney General John Mitchell to appear, but the judge revoked the subpoena, which I didn't dig. Here you are, you need to be able to subpoena somebody and get some information and try to find out who's plotting what. But the power structure and the courts operate like that, they stick together against the individual who has certain rights. You have to have a right to subpoena a person. I don't give a darn if it's the President of the United States. He should be subpoenaed. The reason we had subpoenaed one of Mitchell's assistants was that McTurnan attempted to call the U.S. Department of Justice in Washington, D.C., and ask them some questions concerning the Chicago case that they had against me. They told him on the phone that this Assistant Attorney General, Victor Werhide, was in Connecticut. Werhide is the head of the Special Panther Unit in the Justice Department. That was about a week before I was arrested, which puts the federal government there in Connecticut working in conjunction with the state and local officials of New Haven and Connecticut to plot this thing against me. So naturally we wanted to have him in court as a means of bringing out some of these erroneous charges. It also came to light in court the next day that there was no warrant out for me when I was arrested, but they had used this unlawful flight to avoid prosecution charge to hold me. It didn't make any difference. They set a date for extradition and I was put in the San Francisco County Jail, which is on the floor above the city jail. I sat up there for 3 weeks, and Gary visited me when he could, and McTurnan would visit me and give me information. A few days after all this, McTurnan came up and told me that it looked like Gary might have to go to the hospital. I'd have to send in a motion to Chicago that I wanted to have my lawyer, Gary, as the only lawyer to represent me. He was the one lawyer I had chosen, and the only one I had conferred with. I was to respectfully ask the court to postpone the date of the trial to a later date until my lawyer could appear. I also signed a document, by which I was informed that it was mandatory that Gary go into the hospital before he try another case, unless he wanted to risk his life. Gary came to see me a couple of days later and told me that he had been in Chicago and that the judge had denied a postponement. He said the judge was going to try and choose a lawyer for me. To Chicago in chains. I was sitting in San Francisco County Jail one evening, when Charles Gary rushed in and said, "They're going to move you tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" I said. "They can't move me. They're not supposed to move me if I'm waiting for an extradition hearing. They're plotting a whole operation to get me to Chicago and try to extradite me from there. I know that rotten Mayor Daley is going to see to it that the state of Illinois extradites me to Connecticut." Before Gary left that evening, I told him, "Look man, when I get to Chicago I'm not letting those cats choose a lawyer for me. Someone I've never spoken to. They don't have any right to do that. I think I'll be better off defending myself if you can't make it there." He said, "Well, we'll have to confirm it, but it looks like I'll have to go to the hospital for a gallbladder operation." "All the other cats have lawyers," I said. "The only thing I'll agree with those other lawyers on, is that they can handle my pretrial motions, but the only person I'll go into court with is you. The judge will have to see my point of view, because I'm going to fire any appointed lawyers. I'm not going to let the judge choose anybody else for me either." Gary said, "Okay, you have the legal right to do that," and he also told me that I had a right to request the lawyer of my choice. The sheriff and the jailers didn't know anything about my being moved, so I told them that I wanted a shower early in the morning and that I wanted to get all cleaned up, because I was being taken out. At first they kept telling me I didn't know what I was talking about, but later they allowed me to take a shower and shave. I packaged what little property I had, cigarettes, writing paper, handkerchiefs, etc. And they put it in a box, tied it up, and took everything out of my pockets. After I was dressed they put a chain around my waist. It had a little clip on it, with an extra piece of 7-inch chain hanging down. Then they put 2 sets of handcuffs through one of the links in the chain, and put both sets of cuffs on me. They brought out 2 more prisoners and put some leg irons on all of us. I had a leg iron on the left leg attached to another prisoner's right leg, and a leg iron on my right leg attached to the other guy's left leg. They walked us to the elevator like that, took us down to the basement, and put us into a federal government paddy wagon. 3 of the guards got in front with their pistols drawn and 2 more got in back with shotguns. They drove us over to the federal building where they took our chains off, then put them right back on again. We had the same type of chaining around the waist with double handcuffs and leg irons on. The cat who sat in the middle had leg irons on both legs, so each day throughout the trip we would trade places. The leg irons cut at your legs. I happened to have boots on, and I persuaded the guards to put the irons around the boots so they wouldn't cut my legs. The other 2 prisoners caught it a little more. They caught it real bad. Their irons were way down on their legs, and if somebody happened to accidentally pull the chain it would cut into your skin. They hustled us into a regular car, a sedan, put a shotgun on the floor, and one of the cats sat on the right-hand side in front, and the other marshal sat on the left-hand side and drove. They drove out through the city as we went up the ramp on the freeway and started toward the Bay Bridge. A highway patrolman was right there and he fell in behind us. As we went by the main police station, another highway patrolman got in front of us. That's how we went across the bridge. At the toll plaza a 3rd highway patrolman pulled in behind us. We then headed north on Interstate 80 to Sacramento. One of the other prisoners was a white guy named George, and they were taking him back to a Midwestern federal penitentiary. He had been in some big shootout on the West Coast. They were taking him to a maximum security prison because he had already escaped once. That's what he and the marshals started talking about as we were going north toward Richmond and Vallejo. The 3rd prisoner was a young cat named Joe who had supposedly robbed a payroll. After the robbery, he had walked up to an airline's office and asked for a ticket on the next plane going to Canada. When he was told there were no planes going to Canada right away, he asked where the next plane was going. They said, Mexico, so he said, give me a ticket on that right away. He had a bag full of money, and the way he told it, he took the money right out of it and paid for the ticket. He flew out and was picked up a few months later. He's a white cat, of course. If a black man had asked for a ticket to Canada and then taken a ticket completely in the other direction and reached into a bag full of money, he would have been surrounded by police in a minute. That just goes to show you the racism in this society, the way people's minds function. They were taking him to a federal medical center, for some kind of observations. He was supposedly considered wacky. What he did was walk into a department store and say, give me your payroll, and then walk out. But if he'd been a black man he wouldn't be wacky. He'd be dead or railroaded into prison. While we were going past Berkeley on the freeway, and for the next 10 or 11 miles after we got out of Richmond, 5 highway patrol cars were escorting the whole scene. Most of the cars had 2 cops inside. George got to talking to the marshals, and he said, you know I want to escape. I escaped before, and if I get a chance to I'm gonna do it again. The marshal said, yeah, we know it, and they talked about the way in which they transport prisoners. I didn't have much to say at all to anyone at that point. All the marshals would say to me were things like, well, when it comes down to it, what ya wanna eat? They had to stop at hamburger stands. That's all we ever got. $1 a meal was allocated to us. Usually we got a hamburger, a milkshake, and maybe some French fries, and that'd be about it. We'd eat with our handcuffs on, in the back seat. We weren't chained to the inside of the car because there's a federal law against that. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As we drove on, I watched the countryside. I always liked the outdoors, until it became too vicious, when crazy, trigger-happy hunters killed people while deer hunting. My father used to take me to the mountains when I was younger. I wasn't really too hip to it, because we were really living in poverty, but every time my father would make a little bit of money, he and his friends would go hunting. All I wanted to do then was go hunting with him. I did a lot of traveling up and down the state of California, from Los Angeles to Mount Shasta. As we drove I saw landmarks that I knew, and places where I had done farm labor work when I was young. After Sacramento we drove through Marysville, a small town where I had once been picked up in a railroad station when I was 17 years old. I had jumped a freight train with Steve Brumfield. We roamed the state together, hitchhiking around for 2 or 3 weeks at a time without any aid from anybody and living on wild fruit and stuff like that. When we were picked up in Marysville, we were on our way out to South Dakota because we identified with the American Indians. My mother is part Indian. We wanted to see the Black Hills where Custer had got his head whipped by Sitting Bull and the Blackfoot Sioux who roamed those areas of Montana, Wyoming, and the Dakotas. When Steve and I were picked up, we stayed overnight in a juvenile detention place until my father came and got us out. The marshals stopped in Marysville and we ate there. The marshals let us sit down at a table and eat. One of them asked me what I considered a silly question. He said, "You guys wanna eat out here? Some guys don't like to let other people walk up and see them chained down and everything." "Man, it don't make me no difference," I said. "I'm a political prisoner. It's up to these cats here." They said they didn't care either, so we sat out there and ate for about 20 minutes. At that time I didn't know it, but Alan Brodsky, one of Charles Gary's partners, had been arguing in court back in San Francisco for me, and the judge had ordered that I not be taken to Chicago. The U.S. Marshal kept on stalling. He said I was gone and they couldn't get in touch with our car. All they had to do was contact the Highway Patrol escort which followed us all the way to the Nevada border. I did notice that once when we stopped, the marshal who was in charge made a phone call. This was around noon. The judge had given the order at 11 a.m. I found out later, and at noon we were still in California. Legally, I should have been taken back to San Francisco. The marshal must have called San Francisco, because the next morning after he got us out of the jail in Reno he told me that a lawyer had gone to bat for me yesterday and had done a pretty good job. He asked me if I knew an Al Brodsky. To go to the bathroom with leg irons and handcuffs on is a motherfucker. The other 2 guys have to wait. We were all still chained together with the leg irons. There's a little play on the chain that drops down from the chain around your waist. You have about 7 inches to move your hands up and down. The handcuffs are attached to the 7-inch chain. After I opened my pants and urinated, I would step to the side and let the other guy go and then the third guy, and then we'd go on around and one of us would slowly hobble to the face basin and bend real close. We'd have to get right up on it and get the water turned on and wash our hands. If the towels weren't too high, we could reach up and pull the towel. If it was too high, the marshals who were watching us had to get us the towels. That was the kind of situation I was in for 7 days on the way to Chicago. You just couldn't sit on the toilet if you had to. The only place I could have a bowel movement was inside the jails where we were left overnight. The first night we stayed in a very filthy jail in Reno. I was put in a one-man cell by myself. There was only one little blanket full of holes, a bunk attached to the wall, and a foam rubber mattress about 2 inches thick. Before I was put in that jail, I told the marshal that I wanted to call my lawyer because no one knew where I was. All he had to say was, "Well, we'll see about it." Don't I have the right to call my lawyer? I asked. We'll have to see about it, he repeated. He didn't see about anything, so every day throughout the whole trip I asked to call my lawyer and was never allowed to do so. In the Reno jail, one of the trustees, a brother, came around. I tried to talk to him, but the guard was looking. It flashed into my mind that maybe the trustee was allowed visitors and I could get him to tell somebody to call Oakland and tell my lawyer where I was. The guard was still looking at me, and when the trustee saw me trying to talk to him, he shook his head slightly, moving it a half-inch or so, to tell me, they're on to you. The next day we were chained again and drove all the way across Nevada, eating lunch midway across the state. We were again escorted by state police cars, one in front and one in back. During the day I had one short conversation about what the Black Panther Party is all about. Both the marshals were white, and Joe and George were white dudes also. I ran down the 10-point platform and program, and afterwards they asked questions. I tried to show them all the misconceptions about the party that had been printed in the establishment news media. We drove across Nevada, through the Salt Flats into Utah to Salt Lake City, where we were placed in a jail overnight. Each time we were taken inside a jail they took off the handcuffs and chains, booked us, and took mug shots. Every jail did this, except for a few, like one in Wyoming and a small town jail in Hays, Kansas. All the way to Salt Lake City I thought of the Mormons and of Lowell Jensen, the district attorney in Alameda County who prosecuted Huey. Jensen is a Mormon. I thought about their racism. If Jensen at all represented their outlook, these people were rather backwards too, with racism manifested in them. I went over in my mind the facts I knew about the Mormons. For one thing, they say black people cannot go to their heaven. A few black people are stupid enough to join their church, but they are treated no better than slaves or animals. Their avowed concept of a race category shows the basis of their supremacy doctrine. This idea has survived from the old one-headed God system of Europe. In Salt Lake City, I saw the Mormon symbol everywhere. There were pictures of a seagull, like those who supposedly came down and did in the locusts who were destroying the crops in the days of Brigham Young. I also thought about the fact that what Brigham Young and the early settlers talked about were cooperatives, which are very socialistic. If you're going to build a socialistic system, or if you're going to establish socialism, racism has to be rubbed out completely. It's impossible to have a socialistic system and racism together, and maybe that is the real reason the Mormon cooperative concept wasn't able to survive. They have people like Lowell Jensen who railroad Huey to jail by changing the trial transcript. I thought that when I got inside that jail, they might treat me badly, but all they did was book me. The brothers inside that Salt Lake City jail knew that I was there that night. The information got around. It was a very modern jail. When I say modern, I don't mean to say that I like jails, but this jail would cover a square city block. Half the jail's down underground. The tiers are built from under the ground up. I looked at the jail and I looked at the little nozzles and things around. The jail in Salt Lake City reminded me of a streamlined concentration camp. Very much so. The tier I was on was 25 feet underground. There were very long aisles and very few people around me. All the doors opened and closed electronically. It's a completely electronic jail. I was put in a cell by myself, isolated from other prisoners. This particular tank did not seem to have been used much. It had little skinny mattresses that went on small steel bunks riveted to the wall. I requested a shower and I got it. Then I washed my shorts, t-shirt, and socks, and later they brought me some food. The marshal was trying to be nice and went out that night and bought me a 79-cent box of chicken and a 20-cent milkshake, with a few French fries thrown in. I had been so cramped up in the car all day that I did 100 push-ups in sets of 10s to exercise and loosen myself up. It wasn't until I tried to go to sleep that I got pissed off again because I knew that I was really in a kidnap situation and I couldn't call Charles Gary in San Francisco. When I arrived at that jail, I again asked the marshal if I could call Gary and he said, "We'll see about that," but he still wouldn't let me do it. The next morning, they came and completely shackled us down again. We ate breakfast in the jail before we left that morning. After we were shackled down that morning, we were driven all the way across the state of Wyoming. As soon as we came to the Utah-Wyoming border, the Wyoming highway patrolman got right in behind us. Those cats were really feeling their oats. I can tell when cops are itchy and trigger happy. We'd stop to eat lunch, or get out to go to the toilet, and these cops would stand 20 feet away from us in a guarding position, their arms folded, ready to draw their guns. If I looked at them, they dropped their arms down to their sides. I knew they had weird notions and misconceptions about the Black Panther Party. Maybe they thought I was going to whip out a gun or something. Here I am all shackled down and everything, 3 of us all hooked together, we can't move anything, and they're standing 20 feet off ready to draw their guns. They called it security. As we drove, one of the marshals was telling me about transporting some other prisoners, 3 brothers, who asked him, "What concentration camp you taking us to? Why do these guys think that?" The marshal asked me. We weren't taking them to a concentration camp. We were just transporting them from one prison to another. Where did they get these ideas? Well, the basic fact is that concentration camps do exist in America, I said. There are some laws on the books that say concentration camps can still be used. They'll probably use them for the Black Panther Party. No, it'll never happen, the marshal said. America will never let black people be exterminated. Are you kidding? I said. Black people been slaughtered and murdered and lynched and brutalized for centuries. 50% of the people in prison and jails don't even need to be there. 25% are hardcore criminals who really need some type of rehabilitation. The other 25% are just sick, and need really good psychological treatment in hospitals. I told him the 50% who don't need to be in prison just need jobs. There are over 1 million people in the prisons. Those are the initial concentration camps. I told him I thought that the cat was right in asking what concentration camp he was being taken to. The southern work farms are nothing but concentration camps, I said. Some cat down in Texas got 99 years in prison because he drew a gun in the process of holding up a store. Nobody was killed or anything like that. No shootout occurred, but because he held up a liquor store and was black, he got 99 years. Another cat, Leotis Johnson, got 30 years in Texas because the cops found one marijuana joint in his possession. Johnson is a political prisoner too. His real crime was that he was a SNCC organizer. In prison those guys go out and they work like dogs. They are enslaved. These are our initial concentration camps, I said. The prison system doesn't rehabilitate and doesn't really serve society. But the marshal still said, I don't know what you mean, talking about fascism. America's not like that. Well, it's happening right before our eyes, I said. It's on a small scale, but it's rapidly growing. We drove all the way to Laramie. When we got there, a funny thing happened. The Laramie City Police joined right in with the 2 highway patrol cars, the 1 highway patrol car in front and the 1 highway patrol car in back. So as we came into Laramie, 2 city police cars joined us, 1 drove in front and 1 came on in back. It was a real big thing with them, I guess, to have me overnight, but I have to give the old sheriff in that town credit. He didn't treat us badly. He lives at the jail with his wife and family, and they cook the food there. The prisoners get the same thing that the sheriff and the police eat. The jail itself was clean and roomy. We witnessed an accident from the jail window down below us. What I noticed about the police really inspired me. 3 or 4 cars collided. When the city police arrived, I saw community control of the police in action. The police knew the guys who were in the accident. They were all part of one community. Just like when we say community control of police, We want the police to live in the neighborhood that they patrol. These policemen didn't treat the people who were in the accident brutally. A couple of them were drunk and were talking loudly and foolishly. "Ah, come on, cool down," the cops said. The police didn't mess over them. Nobody was beaten or dragged off to the goddamn jail. I'm pretty sure Indians get treated rotten in Laramie, but among the white population there is community control of police. That's what I told the other two cats, who were in the same cell with me. This was the first time we were in the same cell, Joe, George, and I. It was a small town county jail, so they just stuck us in together. I talked to George and Joe that night, and I told them a lot about the Black Panther Party. After hearing me, they realized that they had misconceptions about us. George was about 35. He was out of the South. He wasn't innately prejudiced though, and he was interested, so we talked and transferred different ideas back and forth. His misconceptions about the Panthers were from the press. At first he actually thought we just hated white people. But he learned that we didn't, that what we hated was the brutality and corruption of the society. I even showed him where poor white people were impoverished and oppressed, not as bad as black people, but they were impoverished and oppressed too. When I said they should actually oppose the system, he readily agreed with me. George was a righteous bank robber. He and his partner had gotten on the 10 most wanted men list of the FBI. They were outright bank robbers. There aren't any other words to describe the cats. The way George ran it down, they had already been sentenced to 50 years in a federal penitentiary. Joe was about 21. He was a bank robber too. This kind of political conversation was quite different from the conversations they had with other prisoners. Generally they talked about how to pull a bank robbery, or something like that. I tried to project their minds into the political situation in the society. We went into what causes a cat to be a bank robber. They agreed that this society, as a whole, oppresses people, that it brainwashes everyone. They agreed that racism was in this society and needed to be removed. They said they never had any real ill feelings against black people, nothing like that, but in the past they had been brought up with a misconception of supposedly being superior to black people. They even said they were surprised to find out that the Black Panther Party seemed to have an intelligent perspective about what's going on in America today. I'm pretty sure that neither of them, especially George, felt that I was a threat just because I was a Black Panther. They realized I wasn't a black racist. We talked things over and came to an understanding. The next morning they chained us down again and we took off. We went through Colorado, and passed a place called the Cooperative Farmers Association. I thought to myself, I wonder if that's anything positive, something socialistic. All the farmers in America should be in some type of cooperative. We didn't stop in Denver. We passed by the airport and then the marshal pointed out the county jail. That's the only place those guys know. Naturally, I had already been thinking about whether or not we were going to stop there. Langdon Williams and Rory Hith, both Panther leaders from San Francisco, were in the Denver jail. They're both in on the same Connecticut charge that I'm on. They were visiting Denver, and the FBI raided the Denver Panther office and arrested them, charging them with conspiracy and murder. We stopped at a service station outside of Denver and the marshal made a phone call. They didn't have any escort, but they let us get out and stand up and stretch. It was kind of isolated. Big fields on the side of the service station right off the highway. I said, "How come you guys don't have an escort across Denver?" He said, "Oh, this country here and the federal government and some other people here in Denver disagree with a few things, including the price the government pays county jails to hold federal prisoners overnight. They have some disagreement about a few things." I gave this a thought. Maybe the governor of Colorado was mad enough at the federal government not to extradite brother Langdon Williams and Rory Hith. We got back in the car and drove. We went from Colorado into Kansas. The trip took us across Nevada, Utah, north through Wyoming, down to Denver, Colorado, and then east across Kansas. That's the first time I'd ever been in Kansas in my life. We finally came to a city named Hays, Kansas, and stopped at the Ellis County Jail. The jail was a large building. They put us in a cell with 3 other prisoners. We ate fried chicken, peas, everything the jailer and his family had. He lived in the jail and his wife cooked the food. He was an older cat who didn't like hippies and long hair at all, but he seemed to be a nice person. In that jail they had TV in the tanks for the prisoners, and there were razor blades and aftershave lotion, magazines, cards, checkers. You name it, they had it. The guards wore civilian clothes. There were 4 tanks with 4 bunks in each tank and a large day room. It was a clean jail because the prisoners had painted it. You went out across the hall after you came out of the tank, into the day room. Close behind the bars was a telephone. The sheriff said, "If you need anything, just pick the telephone up and let me know." You could stay up as long as you wanted. It was the best jail I've been in my life. But I still hate jails. One of the prisoners got into a conversation with me about how to make millions of dollars. They said all the hippie and yippie stuff could be profitable. "Bobby, with your organization, boy, we could really clean up, you know," one guy said. He was a southern white cat. Deep down inside I knew he was a racist, the way he was relating to some wild capitalistic adventure. But that's how he'd been oriented in this society. The other prisoners talked about 3 black people who had recently pulled a jewel robbery in that town. Hays is a college town with only about 10 black at the school. It's a very isolated place. Some blacks were driving through the town and went into a jewelry store, and one cat picked up a pouch of jewels, went out the door, got in the car, and drove off. It wasn't an armed robbery. They were caught right away. One white guy in the jail said, "Man, them black guys, they sure shouldn't have done that in a place like this. I can understand doing it in Chicago or somewhere where there's a whole lot of colored people, but a place like this is so isolated that they got spotted at the drop of a hat and busted." It was a big thing on TV when they got caught. The next morning we had breakfast in the jail. The marshals came and we were handcuffed, double handcuffed, shackled, and chained again. We drove across Kansas all the way to Missouri. I had never really seen that type of countryside before. It was completely flat with a lot of tall corn growing throughout the area. One of the things about traveling across the country is that you see the vast amounts of land we have. I thought about how this government continues with the private property concept with all that unused land, when there are black people, brown people, and American Indians cooped up on reservations and in ghettos. With modern technology available to irrigate and build reservoirs, why is it that black people can't have some of this land? We were promised 40 acres and 2 mules when we were freed from slavery. This was the thing that really hit me on that trip. I thought, here I am kidnapped by the federal government and all I'm doing is fighting for some land. I'm trying to contribute to the struggle so we can have some freedom, which is manifested in having some land, bread, housing, education, clothing, justice, and peace. These are the things I thought, looking at all that tall corn grow, looking at all the vast amount of land that wasn't even being used, and there are 15 million people hungry in this country. We were driving on a narrow 2-lane road in Missouri. It was raining and I thought, what if they have a wreck? What would happen to me? I thought to myself about Everett having escaped before. He would probably try to get that gun from one of the marshals and then he'd definitely get the handcuff keys and escape. But I didn't have to escape. I was on a political charge. If I escaped, everybody would believe I was guilty of all that jive, those trumped-up charges. At the same time I knew darn well the power structure is going to move and do everything they can to try to convict me and railroad me into prison and the electric chair. We finally arrived at the federal medical facility. As we drove in, they stopped us by this little microphone through which a cat talked sitting in a tower 20 feet above us. While they unlatched Joe, a guy with an M1 rifle stood above us. One of the local marshals came outside and got him, and they took him in through a basement. Then the marshals got back in the car and drove on over to the county jail. This was the dirtiest, filthiest jail I'd ever been in. The sheriff was an old cat with an old gun slung off his hip. I have never seen such a filthy place. When I say filthy, you have to imagine what I'm describing, and I'm not exaggerating 1 pound. The cells had crud in all the corners, an inch and 2 inches thick. It smelled like it'd been there for years. The bunks were only 2 feet wide with little mattresses that were ripped open and filthy, with bugs crawling all over them. You could knock some bugs off, you'd look down at your hand, and there were some more bugs. When they hand you your food, there's flies and shit in it. It looks like slop. It was just a rundown, filthy, no good, dirty jail, a place that almost made me vomit. In the ragged little jail, the guards didn't bother us. The trustees wore blue jeans and t-shirts. The other prisoners had their regular civilian clothes, and had to sleep in them. There weren't any blankets, no blankets at all. About 4 or 5 trustees gathered up in front of the cell that me and George had been put in. They asked us who we were and where we were going. Most of them seemed amazed at George's adventures and would ask him questions. They asked me who I was, and I told them I was Bobby Seale. They didn't know the name. Then George said, "This is Bobby Seale, the chairman of the Black Panther Party." "A Black Panther? Hey fella, are you really a Black Panther?" "Yeah, man, I'm a Black Panther. I'm one of the members of the party." "Gosh, those guys that got the guns and shoot at the police," one white trustee said. "I know a fella here who's a Panther. He didn't take nothing from nobody around here, and boy, he shot it out with them cops. I tell ya, man, I'd be out there too if they got to messing with me like they mess with y'all. I heard they really mess with y'all." He seemed to be on this vicarious relationship trip about some weird stuff he'd probably read in the sensationalized local papers. Another trustee got to talking about how he was doing 30 days, and how he'd lost his hog farm and his wife was having a baby. He was in there for pushing a lollipop down the mouth of one of his kids. There were 2 more prisoners in our cell. One black brother was getting ready to be sent to the penitentiary for 3 years. He said he had committed a burglary, got cut loose on the first one, and when he needed some money, he went back and committed another burglary. He had heard about the Panthers, and I tried to talk to him about the party a bit. There wasn't a chapter in his town. I was told there are quite a few black people in that town, but a lot of them go to jail because there aren't a lot of jobs around. He also said there was a lot of racism and police brutality. There was another tank where they kept juveniles. They separated them from the other prisoners, who were mainly just regular everyday poor white cats, Southern type cats who still don't understand the fact that the power structure oppresses them. The next morning I noticed I was scratching and itching. Bugs were all over my body and I had to shake my shirt out. Later on at Cook County, I found out I had caught the crabs in that filthy jail. Our next stop was the St. Louis City Jail, where the marshals left me for an hour and a half. The place was crowded with black cats, about 150 of them were being processed. While I was getting out of the car in front of the jail, I could see prisoners hollering down at the people walking outside on the sidewalk. One of the cats said, "Black power, brother," to me. A white man was walking along there in the city and the same prisoner hollered, "Where you going, Hanky?" I knew that these brothers were getting turned into black racists. They still didn't understand. That sounded like he hated the white man because of the color of his skin. Brothers like that lash out emotionally in a racist manner before they realize the necessity for politically organizing the people. We're all products of this racist society and need more revolutionary consciousness. Inside they had some Uncle Tom type cops helping to run the jail, processing in all kinds of black cats. There were very few white prisoners in the St. Louis jail. One brother in my cell asked who I was. He wondered why I was brought to the jail in leg irons, shackles, double handcuffs, and a chain around my waist. I told him, "That's the way you travel when you're a federal prisoner." He kept asking me what my charge was until I had to tell him that I was Bobby Seale, chairman of the Black Panther Party. At first he didn't believe me, because he said, "Ah, man, you're trying to jive somebody." I said, "No, man, I'm chairman of the Black Panther Party. I don't like to go out and brag that I'm chairman of the Black Panther Party or anything like that." But this brother, being a disbeliever, I talked to him. After a while he was kind of believing, but he was still unsure. He had been busted for possession of some stolen property of some kind. I talked to him and some of the other brothers in there. They seemed to be really out of it. I haven't ever been in a jail down south, but there was something about that jail that gave me the feeling that I was in the South. The brothers' ways and attitudes weren't in connection with anything. On the West Coast, New York, or Chicago, the average cat has heard of the Black Panther Party, whereas these other guys just look at you. It's something they don't have any information on. I think that their information is so limited, so narrow, that they have a tendency to look at the Black Panther Party as something far-fetched, something that they're not going to be involved with because they assume they'd probably go to jail. One of the brothers I was talking to said, "Man, most of these cats down here, they're out of it, man. They don't know where it's at yet, man." That was the brother's opinion, and that brother lived in St. Louis. I was there less than 2 hours when the two marshals came up. They wrapped a chain around my waist and put on just one set of handcuffs, attached the handcuffs to the chain around my waist and put me in the back seat of a car. I was the last one. While they left me off in St. Louis, they took George onto one of those maximum security places. Then they drove me north to Chicago. Cook County Jail. We arrived in Chicago at about 7:30 that evening and went straight to Cook County Jail. Inside the jail they pat-searched me and took me downstairs. The assistant superintendent, a white cat, started telling me on the way downstairs that he had gotten to know Fred Hampton very well, while Fred was in jail there one time. I asked the cat what his job was. He told me he used to be a police officer in charge of gang intelligence. Naturally, I didn't trust him one bit. So instead of offending him, I just let him go on and present himself, to see what his attitude really was. He went on to say that he had liked Brother Fred Hampton very much. I was not impressed. That sounded like gang intelligence work. He took me downstairs into a hall, and there was a black cat standing there. I had heard that there was a black man who ran the jail, Moore was his name. He was the head superintendent there, and they called him Warden Moore. Moore told the assistant, "Bring him in here. I want to talk to him." So I walked into the little room. He said, "Sit down over there in the chair." I sat down in the chair. "Now look here," he said, like he was supposed to be very tough, "I'm the warden of this jail, and I run this jail. You got a lot of notoriety and we don't want any trouble in this jail." I looked at him and I said, very straight and very directly, "I know you don't want me to organize in your jail. Most people don't want me organizing in their jails when I am there." Moore said, "We haven't got any Panthers in this jail, we haven't got any Muslims in this jail, we haven't got any gang members in this jail. We got inmates. You understand that?" "Yes," I answered. "I also understand that I'm still the chairman of the Black Panther Party. I want my cell and my legal papers, so that I can work on some legal matters." Moore said, "You'll get your cell, all right." Another guard came in, a black cat, and took me into another section where they do the booking. They strip-searched me, then gave me my clothes back. I noticed that there were a lot of black guards at Cook County Jail. After this procedure was finished, they had some sheets of paper that I had to fill out, one for my property and for receiving mail, and one for listing all my arrests. The last one is called a rap sheet. I took the sheets and started filling it out. I didn't have to give this information to them, and the average cat should just flat take the Fifth Amendment and refuse to give any such information. But in my case I knew that this kind of information is already known by every FBI agent, so it would have been silly to refuse to run it down. Well, the next thing I knew, about 30 black guards crowded around and began to ask me questions about all the past arrests I had. I guess they were curious from having heard so many lies in the newspapers. So, really enthusiastically, they gathered around to hear what I would tell about what had happened in the past, about what they would call my criminal record. Some of them seemed to think that I had been arrested for some vicious crimes. When I mentioned that I had been arrested for having a gun adjacent to a jail, there were oohs and ahs and expressions toward each other as if they thought that this must have been some fantastic feat or criminal act that I was trying to pull, which was not the case at all. The fact was, this was right after one of the times Huey had gotten busted. At the time of Huey's arrest, we were carrying weapons, and I was waiting outside the jail for him on a public sidewalk with a shotgun in my hands. The next day I was arrested. These are the kind of things they didn't know, the fact that I wasn't even arrested initially, and that I wasn't trying to break anybody out of jail. We just carried the guns in the open at that time to show the people that it was legal to carry these guns, and that we would defend ourselves. We had been on the streets with guns for 6 or 7 months by that time, and the cops hadn't arrested us because they couldn't find anything to charge us with, until we happened to get too near a county jail. So I explained to the guards, "Don't look at that like it's something fantastic. It's perfectly legal for a person to arm himself, and have a shotgun. We just got too near a county jail." They looked at me skeptically and said, "Ah, come on now. What else you been arrested for? Come on, what else?" I realized that they didn't know any of the facts about my arrests at all, just that there had been a lot of these arrests, and they made a long list on the rap sheet, looking very sensational. They wanted to know, who is this Bobby Seale person who has all this notoriety? Most of them were thinking that I was really a gangbanger, and stuff like this, which I wasn't at all. I had never been a gang leader. I was just another cat who grew up in the community. But they were looking for a lot of theft and other bad things. So I told them I'd run it all down in detail, but I wouldn't say anything about any case that was still pending. Anything they wanted to know from the past, I'd freely tell them. I've been arrested 5 times in the last 2 years on major things that were trumped up by the government to try and put me in jail. But other than that, before these last 2 years, and before the Black Panther Party, there was nothing more serious than traffic warrants. Since the party was founded, there was the guns on grounds adjacent to a county jail charge, then my wife and I were both arrested for possession of illegal weapons. The initial charge on that was a so-called kind of conspiracy to commit murder, which they had to drop the next day. The guards grabbed onto that. "Why'd they drop it?" they asked. "What you mean? What happened then?" But I wouldn't go any further into that because it's still pending on appeal. Then there was the bust in Sacramento and then the Chicago thing, and the Connecticut murder charge, which hasn't come to court yet. These are all my arrests. Finally the guards were satisfied. I was ready to be taken up to my cell. A black guard who knew Oakland told me he was taking me up, and I told him I wanted my own cell. I explained that I could work better that way. He said, "Yeah, man, I'll make sure you get a place where you can work and do your things." As we walked to my cell, he talked about Oakland, but it was like we were talking about 2 different places, because he hadn't been there for a long time. He was a lieutenant. One thing I found among those black guards was that even though they were being used by the system to check and corral their own black brothers, half of them were doing it just for the sake of having a job. There's so much unemployment in the black community, that regular everyday cats will take a job as a guard just to be able to get by. Some of the older cats and a few others try to play policeman and be tough. They're so brainwashed, they can't see beyond the man system. But this one cat, this lieutenant, happened to have grown up in Berkeley and Oakland with me when I was younger. He remembered the same people I remembered at Berkeley High. When I was working in the poverty program, way before the Black Panther Party was formed, he was the head of a local poverty program. But he was the type of cat that's just going to take him a job, get a position, and not really be that concerned with black people and black America and the struggle. Some places in the jail, I saw some filth around the walls that really needed cleaning. When we got to my cell, I was relieved to see that it wasn't filthy around the walls and floor. The cell was a maximum holding cell, tiny and certainly not comfortable, but at least it was empty and clean. The guard left and I went to sleep. The next morning, Warden Moore came to pay me a call. I heard some steps. Somebody was walking down the hall, trying to be very quiet. I sat with my back to the steel door. I remembered the sound it had made the night before, when the guard pushed the button to open it, very loud, very startling. A good way to scare a person, and make him jump. A good way for a soft-stepping warden to intimidate a prisoner, by startling him and putting him on the defensive. Sure enough, the soft steps stopped. Blang. My door opened. I waited for a few seconds, and then looked around slowly. It was Warden Moore. He stared hard at me, then said, rather arrogantly, "How you doing?" "I'm doing fine, Warden, how are you doing?" I answered. I was just sitting sort of casually on the top bunk. He looked at the papers I had spread around me, and, nodding at them, demanded, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm thinking about my legal matters, working on that stupid, trumped-up charge there," and I pointed to a legal document that Gary had given me. "What charge is that?" Moore sort of growled, and I handed him the charge from Connecticut. He looked at it and read it. Then he handed the paper back to me and stepped back, putting his hands in his belt, trying to look authoritative. "We've got over 2,000 prisoners in this jail," he announced. "We run this jail just fine. We got over 90% black guards in this jail." "Good," I said. In fact, I was surprised to see that many black people running a jail. He cleared his throat. "You want to go outside?" he asked. "It doesn't make any difference," I told him. "I can be locked up, or I can go outside, or I can just stay right here." Then he said I could go watch television if I wanted to, with some trustees. "No, thanks," I told him. "I don't have to watch TV. I'd just as soon stay locked up, right in here." He stared at me for a few seconds. He looked a little confused when I said that. Then he turned and left. That was a little trick I had learned from Huey. Huey would upset the guards in jail. Huey understood the guards. He knew that psychologically most guards couldn't stand to be locked up. Most believed they would go mad if they had to be locked up. So what Huey would do is, when they put him in the day room, all of a sudden he would jump up and say, "Hey, officer, come here and lock me back up in my cell." He pulled a reverse on them. Where most prisoners would do nearly anything to get out of their cells and into the day room, Huey would say, "Lock me up in my cell." Huey said the guards are really the ones who fear jail, and fear the things they do there, because they would fear being in the same situation as the prisoners. The worse they treat the prisoners, the more they fear. That's the mind of the establishment. There were other experiences Huey had told us about to help us deal with the situations we would find in jail. One time, a long time ago, before the Black Panther Party, Huey was put into the hole. They brought him some mush in a cup, for him to eat, and some water. The mush was green. So he took the stuff and threw it out the porthole, and then got down and started doing push-ups. He was already in the hole. The worst punishment they have, they couldn't put him anywhere else. The most they could do is come in and brutalize him. So they did. They actually came in and beat the shit out of Huey. About 2 days after that, the guard who came around on the night shift turned out to be an old friend of Huey's. They hadn't seen each other for years, until this guard came down and found Huey in the hole. He sneaked some sandwiches down to Huey. After that, every night when this guard came on the night shift, Huey could eat. Then, in the day, when the other guards came down, Huey would be doing push UPS. Every day he'd throw the food back and say, "I don't want that crap. That's not fit for human beings to eat." Huey went on like that for 10 days. It was blowing the guards' minds. Finally, one of the guards said, "How do you do this?" Huey said, "The spirit of the people is stronger than the man's jail. My spirit is stronger than yours." That's the kind of thing Huey pulled off in jail, even before the Black Panther Party was organized. So from the ways he taught me to deal with the jail experience, I was able to deal with Warden Moore. Of course, that doesn't mean that I like jail. I abhor it, I'm pissed off at it. But I learned to take jail, and I let the guards know that being locked up doesn't change my revolutionary spirit. And usually, when the guards discover this, they become quite interested in the philosophy of the Black Panther Party, and come around asking questions and asking me to run down the 10-point platform. That's how it happens, what Warden Moore calls organizing. In the next couple of days, I wrote a number of letters. I felt that I was isolated from everything that was going on the West Coast, being in Chicago. So I wrote letters home to communicate. One of the guards came around and told me to fill out this thing to my lawyer, and I'd be able to get in touch with him right away. I filled that out, and the guard promised to mail it immediately. By now the guards realized that I wasn't either a mad killer or a fool, as the papers depict all Black Panther Party members. The second day I felt something crawling on me and I realized I had caught the crabs. The only place that I could trace it to was that filthy county jail in Missouri that I had to stay at all night one night. So I went and got completely soaked down with DDT, all through my hair and my natural, everything. I had that stuff running off me like water. The next Tuesday morning, they took me out, saying I was going to court. Actually, we ended up going to the federal building in Chicago. On the way, I saw Jerry Rubin. I hardly recognized him at first, with his hair all cut off. We stood in the federal processing tank in Cook County Jail for 2 hours, and got to talk for a while. Jerry told me he was being kept in a tier across the hall from me, but Cook County Jail is so huge, that it's like being in another jail. Cook holds as many prisoners as they do in some of the major prisons. I found out that Jerry had to stay in jail until 25 days were up. He was serving the time for blocking a Navy recruiting table in Berkeley. Jerry told me Warden Moore had been down the aisle that morning, hassling him a little, and had said, "Bobby Seale is an Uncle Tom." I laughed and said, "Oh, man, ain't this a guess?" The other day he was treating me like I was the most notorious criminal in the world. Now that he's found out I'm not a notorious criminal, I'm an Uncle Tom. Well, we can't expect Warden Moore to understand the positives of revolutionary principles. Then I told Jerry how Warden Moore had sought me out in the aisle that same morning. "Bobby Seale," he had called out. "Jerry Rubin said he would get you to beat me up." I had said, Jerry Rubin might say anything. He might say that he's going to get Westmoreland to jump on Nixon. Jerry laughed at that. Then Moore himself came inside the tank. He sat down and began talking about how SDS runs the Black Panther Party. I said, "You're crazy, man." He said, "It's true. They do." I said, "I don't know what kind of papers you've been reading." Moore was walking around inside the tank, not in a uniform but in civilian clothes. Now, just outside the tank, they process guys who are going to court. Many of them don't have handcuffs on, but everyone knows they are prisoners going to court. The way Moore was sitting there, a man had no way of knowing that he was the superintendent of the jail. This cat who was getting processed for court saw Moore sitting there smoking a cigarette, so he said, "Hey man, "Can I get a cigarette from you?" I realized the prisoner had mistaken Moore for another prisoner, and the look of outrage on Moore's face just cracked me up laughing. Moore looked real mean at the cat, and said, in a very harsh tone, "I advise you, young man, not to say one damn thing to me." The cat looked at Moore and then at me. He didn't understand this at all. Moore just turned back to me and started talking. I found out that Moore did this a lot. He'd go walking around the jail, in civilian clothes. In Cook County Jail, all the prisoners wear civilian clothes, and all the guards wear uniforms. Moore going around wearing an old t-shirt and some pants. You'd swear up and down he's a prisoner. Therefore a lot of prisoners going to court and coming back from court won't even know who he is. They may not be very careful of what they say around him. Moore has a PhD in psychology and sociology. He figures people will always react in a certain way, so he's developed all kinds of methods of getting whatever reaction on information he wants from a prisoner. I was hip to his methods, so they didn't work on me. The next day, Wednesday, I found that I had developed an infection in my testes. The doctor examined me and said that I must be put in the hospital for some treatments. I was moved out of my cell and into the hospital ward. My constitutional rights are denied. Jerry Rubin and I were taken to the federal court on Wednesday morning, September 24th, and William Kunstler filled a motion to see me in the jail over there. He came in and said, "I heard you were talking about firing all the lawyers unless you had Gary." "Yeah," I said, "because all you cats were supposed to do for me is file motions. As far as I'm concerned, Gary is going to be my trial lawyer. He's always been my lawyer." Kunstler said that if I did that, Judge Hoffman would appoint some kind of public defender. So I told him, well, they can appoint a public defender, but I ain't working with a public defender. I don't want a public defender. I want Gary. I don't want anybody but Gary. You call Gary, I told Kunstler, and see if I have a legal right to fire a public defender. Don't I have that right? Yeah, you can. Well, that's what I'm going to do, I told him. And if Hoffman tries to appoint you or anyone else as my lawyer, I'm going to fire you cats anyway. So Kunstler said, the jury is about to be picked now, and you can get in touch with Gary later. You guys get in touch with Gary for me, I said, and then I'll sum up exactly what I'm going to do, because before this trial starts, I'm going to make sure I have proper legal defense. After that, I had a chance to meet with all the other defendants. The trial finally got underway the next day. I was in hospital at the time, and I was allowed to keep my legal stuff with me. I saw them pick a whole jury in just one day. Meanwhile I was waiting for a message from Gary. Finally I got a phone call through to Gary's office on Thursday from Cook County Jail. Warden Moore called me to his office and dialed the number himself. I talked to Barney Dreyfus, Gary's law partner. I asked him if Gary was definitely going into the hospital or if he had changed his mind. Dreyfus said that the Wells case was over, but that Gary definitely had to go to the hospital the next day. His doctors had said that he'd better have that gallbladder operation right away because it would be a real danger to his life not to. Well, I'm going to ask the judge to postpone my part of the trial so that I can have Gary, I said, because I can't function without Gary, and I don't want these other lawyers here. Let Gary know what I'm doing, and then maybe after he gets out of the hospital we can go on. Dreyfus mentioned that they had talked to the Panther Party Central Committee about my situation, and the Central Committee also agreed that since I had a legal right to fire the lawyers, I should do it. And boom. That's what happened. That night, in the hospital, I wrote out my first motion, a request that I be allowed to fire the lawyers and postpone the trial until Charles Gary could defend me. The next morning, Friday, I got up and went to the trial, and when I got to the defense table I told Kunstler that I was going to fire everybody. He said, "What?" I said, "Yup, everybody gets fired because Gary's definitely going into the hospital and I'm going to ask for a firing on the basis of my part of the trial being postponed. This judge, I said, seems to be kind of rotten. I already consider him a racist, seeing the way he's running this thing. So I've got my statement all written out. I let them read it, and one of the defendants said, "Man, that's going to make it look like all of the defendants are splitting." I said, "Man, the defendants aren't splitting. I'm not splitting from you cats. It's just that my situation is very different, man, in a lot of ways. These cats stuck me on the tail end of this indictment to try and railroad me to prison, so I need Gary here and everybody knows it. Gary's my lawyer. I haven't confirmed any of these other lawyers. I'm not going to be letting Hoffman pick and choose my lawyer for me, when he knows that Gary is my lawyer, my attorney of record." They said, "Well, okay. That's what I'm doing," I said, so I proceeded to exercise my constitutional rights. The marshal waved the gavel and said, "All rise," and everybody rose. This court is now in session pursuant to adjournment. Boom, boom, boom. The Honorable Julius J. Hoffman presiding. At that point I got up and walked to the podium and told him, I'd like to read a statement concerning my legal defense. "Don't you have a lawyer?" Hoffman asked. "No," I said. "I want to read the statement concerning my defense." So I read the statement. I got to the point in the statement where I said, "And if you don't respect my constitutional rights, then I'm going to have to consider you a blatant racist who's prejudiced against all the other defendants and myself in particular." Hoffman interrupted me. "What did you say?" "A blatant racist," I replied. "I consider you a racist just like all the other judges who saw people's constitutional rights violated in the South throughout the history of this country." He didn't know where I was coming from. I was coming from the fact that he'd already denied the motion that Charles Gary had made a month before the trial started. Gary had flown to Chicago in August to try to make a motion for a postponement on the basis of the fact that he had to go into the hospital for an operation. Hoffman said my motion would be denied. Kunstler got up and said something, but I don't remember what he said. Then Len Weinglass, the other lawyer, and the other 7 defendants said that they wanted to meet with me. Weinglass told the federal marshals that this and each day after the court was over in the afternoon, I would meet with them. I told the other defendants what I was going to be doing with respect to making motions concerning my constitutional rights and things like that. Every time my name came up, I stood and said, "Judge Hoffman, I don't have my lawyer here." "Well, young man, you have a lawyer. Mr. Kunstler's your lawyer." "No, he's not my lawyer," I said, and I argued the point. During the first week or so, I got up 4 or 5 times in this manner, and when I'd start saying, "But Judge Hoffman, you're wrong. I have a certain constitutional right," he'd say, "Take the jury out." When I made that first motion that first Friday morning, not one witness had been sworn in on the part of the prosecution. Not one. This is very important, because by law, the trial isn't considered to have begun until a witness is sworn high. After Schultz made his opening statement to the jury, this is still before a single witness had been sworn in, Kunstler got up and made his statement. Right after he got through, the judge asked if there were any other statements. I got up from my chair and walked to the podium. I was just getting ready to reply to what Schultz had said about how he would prove that I was guilty and that I had made a speech telling people to get pistols, rifles, and shotguns, and then told them to riot. What I really said, and we have a transcript of the speech, was that every black man should put a .357 Magnum pistol, a shotgun, and an M1 rifle in his home. In essence, what I talked about in that speech was that we have a right to defend ourselves against unjust attacks by pigs, and if the pigs attack us in an unjust manner, then we have a right to barbecue some of that pork. That's exactly what I said. But I didn't tell people to go out and riot. I told them we had a right to defend ourselves against unjust attacks, and the words in my speech say unjust, but Schultz turned it around. And will prove that Mr. Seale made this speech, telling people to pick up guns, .357 magnums, shotguns, etc., and go out and riot. And Schultz emphasized to the jury that Mr. Seale is a very effective speaker. He's very effective. When I got up to the podium, I was going to say, Mr. Schultz has just made a reference to me being a very effective speaker, but I want it known to the jury that I intend to prove that if I am an effective speaker, speech is directly related to my constitutional rights, and everybody's constitutional rights. That's what I was going to say at first, and move on from there. But all I said was, Mr. Schultz. At that point, Hoffman said, "Just a minute, young man," and peered down at me. I looked up at him. "Who is your lawyer?" Hoffman asks. "Mr. Charles Gary," I said. I was getting ready to say, Mr. Charles Gary who's in the hospital in California, but when I said, Mr. Charles Gary, Hoffman said, "Take the jury out. Take the jury out." He rushed the jury right out, and got them out of the way. He didn't want the jury to see the crap he was about to pull. After the jury went out, he went on to argue, and then Kunstler got up and started arguing. "You're not my lawyer," I said to Kunstler, and I argued my own case. Hoffman said something to the effect that he didn't want to listen to me, that I would not be allowed to make an opening statement because Kunstler was my lawyer. "Kunstler is not my lawyer," I said. I fired the man. Now I had nothing personal against Kunstler, because I know that Kunstler is in the struggle and that he is supposed to be a good lawyer. I was just upholding the principle that I had a right to my own lawyer. From there on, for about 2 or 3 weeks, it was me standing up whenever my name was mentioned. Most of the time when I stood up, Hoffman would say to Kunstler, "You are the lawyer for Mr. Seale." And I'd say, "No, he's not my lawyer. I want to request the right to have my own lawyer, Charles R. Gary here, or the right to defend myself." Hoffman didn't even investigate, he didn't care. A judge is supposed to at least investigate a person's position, especially in regard to legal defense. But he didn't. At this point I tried to find out every piece of legal information that I could. There was a young black girl at the trial who was in law school. She came up to the defense table every once in a while, and I asked her to get me all the legal information she could. Weinglass said he would get me all the legal information he could. So they both worked it out to get me legal information concerning my right to defend myself and my right to have my own lawyer. And as I got more legal information, I began to argue more and harder. I got hold of material about an old Reconstruction law. Section 1941 of the U.S. Government Code, that says a black man cannot be discriminated against in any manner, in any court in America, concerning legal defense. When I got hold of that, man. Oh, man. It was a real thing with me, because I knew I was right by the laws, and by the Sixth Amendment. Before I was gagged, Hoffman actually got to the point where he'd shout over me. I'd jump up and start talking rather fast, saying, "Judge Hoffman, you know darn well I have a right to have my own lawyer here or else a right to defend myself." He'd start talking real loud over me, "Take the jury out. Take the jury out. I don't want to hear this man. Mr. Marshall, set that man down. Take the jury out. Take the jury out." He did this so the court reporter could only record what Hoffman was saying and not what I was saying. But I got hip to him. I saw the tactics he was using, so every time he started raising his voice I'd raise my voice up too. Then 4 or 5 days after the trial started, the thing came up about the threatening notes to the jury. Man, that was rotten. I was sitting there in the court that morning, and all of a sudden Schultz said something about the lawyers and the prosecution going into chambers to talk something over. Boom. So the marshals took me with the other defendants into a room and the lawyers came into the room and said that the jury had received some threatening note saying, "You're being watched, signed, the Black Panthers." What? I said. Ah, man. Kunstler said Schultz and Foran didn't want any publicity about it. Don't want any publicity about it? I said, well, later for them punks, man. We're not going to send any stupid notes like that, man. Somebody's railroading us. I felt that Schultz and Foran knew about the whole thing. But I said to myself, even if Schultz and Foran don't know about it, then it's a government CIA operation, because they figure that Schultz and Foran would discover it and use it against me to try to prejudice the jury, because I'm the one they have absolutely no evidence against, so they need this, the US government needs this thing to railroad me. I'm going to publicize this and accuse the government of doing it, I said, because that's the only people I think would do it. Somebody said, well, how do you know some quack didn't send it? Some quack might have sent it, I told them, but you guys get a copy of that, a Xerox copy of that stuff, and send it to a handwriting expert, and find out what kind of person wrote the notes, and I'll bet 10 to 1 we're going to find a person who relates to some kind of authority in the system. So I wrote out a statement saying that I believed that the US government sent the note to trick us, and that the Black Panther Party never signs anything the Black Panthers. If we sign anything, it's signed Black Panther Party, and we don't send notes. It's some of the same crap that happened during Huey P. Newton's trial when they railroaded Huey, the same business about threatening letters and threatening notes. When Huey got on the stand during that trial, and when Huey really started explaining the true philosophy of the Black Panther Party, a lot of those jurors took time to objectively check Huey out. They found out that Huey was a very intelligent person. He wasn't what the DA was trying to make him out to be. More than likely, I thought then, they are hip to this now, and the government wants to destroy me in the minds of the jury before I can take the stand, or gain the right to defend myself. I reacted very strongly to that note, realizing that no one else but the CIA or the FBI could have sent it. If Schultz and Foran did know about it, then they sent it, but I thought probably the CIA did it. The CIA has done some dirty rotten work. They started the Cuban thing. They were behind Vietnam and escalating that war. And in all the other murders and operations that they've been involved in, they just sit on the side and never say a thing. We would compare the SS in Germany with the CIA, because the government uses them as a behind-the-scenes police state operation. Anyway, that's the way I saw it and felt it. With all the infiltrating operations that they tried to pull on the Black Panther Party, I could only see it that way, and that's the way I reacted to it. From there on I began to get a few legal points about my right to defend myself, and I argued more vigorously. Judge Hoffman started shouting over me so the recorder wouldn't hear things, but I'd talk loud enough so she could hear me, and argue with him. To the point of calling him a fascist, a racist, and a pig, and using that right in the context of my argument. No judge wants to be called a fascist, a racist, and a pig, but that's what he was acting like, running over my constitutional rights like that, and just ignoring them. I'm going to use this in my arguments at every point, I said to myself, and that just might persuade him to understand that I really want him to investigate. He finally did investigate, 3 days after he'd gagged me. Tom Hayden and Len Weinglass said that they wanted to go see Charles R. Gary about my being gagged, and Hoffman knew he had gotten out of hand in gagging me. Then he tried to say there was a precedent for gagging me, but Hoffman was a stone liar because I had gotten hold of legal information on the other cats who had been gagged in court, and these cats had picked up chairs and thrown them at people. I had never picked up chairs and thrown them. I had never run up into the jury box and shaken the jurors' shoulders. I never did things like that. The only thing I ever said to the jury after those threatening letters was, "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hope you don't blame me for anything." Hoffman was rushing the jury out, and trying to talk over my voice. Because threatening letters that were purported to be sent by the Black Panther Party were not sent by the Black Panther Party, and Judge Hoffman, you know it, and this whole court knows it. Hoffman was talking at the same time I was. I don't think the court recorder got it all. I don't think the court recorder was against me. I don't think she was on my side, but I got a message from someone folded up in a piece of paper saying that the court recorder said, "When you speak out, please talk slower, so I can get it all on the record, it's in your defense." I began to feel that people were really getting on the judge, because I even found out that a couple of the marshals didn't dig what Hoffman was doing. Behind the scenes, in the lockup, man, they'd shake their heads. They had some deputy marshals in the court who were actually guards over at the Cook County Jail and who worked the late shift at night. When they got off in the morning, they'd come over and get in their civilian clothes, and work a day shift as special deputy marshals. Most of the cats I saw in Cook County Jail in the morning before I'd come over to court were marshals at the trial. The guards turned out and got on my side because of the way Hoffman was treating me. The guards, everybody, asked questions. I just don't see how the judge can do that. And some would just shake their heads. One morning they attempted to remove members of my family from the courtroom. I got up and I protested about that, and I called the judge a racist again. It was actually an old court matron who seemed to be the cause of it all. Every time I looked around at her, she'd almost be breathing down their necks, breathing down the necks of every Black Panther Party member and black person in the courtroom. They had put them all in one little section and she was looking at each one of them, at every little move they made. All of a sudden, she told some chick to get out, and another cat to get out. They weren't being noisy, but she was getting them out of the courtroom. Kunstler got up and said, "Why are they removing black people from the courtroom?" "It looks like a little bit of racism to me," I said, because the black people weren't carrying on at all. Then one morning one of the marshals came back into the lockup before court had started, and says, "Bobby, you've got a lot of Black Panthers, a lot of black people out there that's on your side today. I hope nothing happens." "Well, nothing's going to happen," I said. "They're here to observe. They've got a right to observe. They've got a right to be in here." "Well, the judge told us to go over and sit you down, and I just don't want any of them to start anything." "They're not going to start anything," I replied. "When you guys are pushing me down in chairs and stuff like that, you're carrying out a racist judge's orders. He's making you act in a racist manner." "Well, I'm not really a racist." I said. "Yeah, you say you aren't. But I'll talk to them." 5 minutes later, they came back and got me. Court still hadn't started. All the defendants were scattered around the defense table. Schultz and Foran were around the prosecution's table. I said, "Brothers and sisters in the audience, I want to say a few things to you. You've been noticing for the past few weeks in this courtroom that I've been threatened by the judge and they're talking about gagging me and all this kind of crap, but I have a right to speak out in my own behalf. So I was speaking to the cats in the audience and I was telling them that I had a right to speak out on behalf of myself, and wanted to defend myself. But I don't want you cats out there to get upset and get emotional and start doing anything that's out of the ordinary," I said. "You've got a right to be participants here. You've got a right to observe this trial and see what's going on. If anything happens, don't do anything unnecessary. If anybody attacks us, we defend ourselves. That's the principle of the party. Whether they have a gun or not, if they attack us, we defend ourselves. If they make us leave the courtroom, they just make us leave the courtroom. We leave. But don't anybody do anything, keep your cool. We're human beings and we've got a right to defend ourselves. But don't do anything. Just be cool, because I still have a right to speak out on behalf of myself." The court convened, and Schultz got up and said very nasty like, "If the court please, before you came into this courtroom, if the court please." Bobby Seale stood up and addressed this group. Schultz tried to make it sound real bad. He was up there talking, and I jumped up and walked to the lectern and said, "I can speak on behalf of my constitutional rights, too." Then I went back to my seat and went to sit down. Marshals were moving all around the room about to charge me. They were really coming in on me, man. Schultz still tried to say that I had spoken about attacking people. I stood up again. The marshals ran over to me, grabbed me, and the big one hit me. He grabbed me and pushed me at the same time. He pushed me back in the seat when I stood up. When I hit the seat, the whole seat went back over and I hit the floor. The chair didn't go all the way to the floor, but I was sitting right in front of some of the audience and spectators. The chair had wheels on it and rolled back at the same time I was being pushed. When the chair went back, my leg came up. When the marshal pushed me down, my leg came up and it hit the bottom of the defense table. At the same time another cat, a big tall cat we called Slim, came up, pulled my arm, and put it in a hammer lock. "Hey, man, you're hurting me," I said. Now this was Slim, trying to do his job, but at the same time trying not to mess up with me. He pulled my arm back down and held it there. He said, "Hey, man, be cool." "No, man," I said, and I was really yelling out. I started yelling out then. "You're lying. Dirty liar." I told them to defend themselves. "You are a rotten racist pig, fascist liar, that's what you are. You're a rotten liar. You're a rotten liar. You are a fascist pig liar." Schultz continued at this point, telling the judge that I was trying to disrupt the court. "Schultz, why don't you tell the truth?" I shouted. "Why don't you tell the truth about exactly what I said?" By this time the marshals had let me go. "Why don't you tell the truth about exactly what I said?" "What I said was, be cool and don't do anything, we have a right to defend ourselves if attacked. I didn't say anything like what you're trying to insinuate. Isn't that right? Tell the truth." I hollered at him. And you know what Schultz did? He says, "Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry, Your Honor will understand, I'm sure." And Schultz went and sat down. I had caught him in a cold, bold-faced lie. The same day, Schultz passed around a photograph of a black cat wearing a t-shirt with a clenched fist on it, "The Power to the People salute." Schultz said, "I want to enter this photograph in evidence. It's a picture of a black man in a sweatshirt and on that sweatshirt there is a clenched fist, Black Power salute." I stood up at that point and said, "I object to the characterization of the evidence, it's not correct. The salute is directly related to the Black Panther Party, which started it. It really means power to the people. To characterize it and isolate it that way only as part of the Black Power movement is very racist." Schultz jumped out of his chair. He was turning red, mad. "Your Honor," he says in a very loud voice and trying to make it sound derogatory, "Mr. Seale has called me a racist, Your Honor. And he has called you a racist." "That's right," I said, "that's exactly what you are if you're going to characterize evidence like that. You are a racist." "Your Honor," I repeated, "it's a mischaracterization, it's the Tower to the People salute, and is not just isolated to Black Power. Black people in the Black Panther Party initiated it, but what we mean by it is power to all the people." That was another form of defending myself. Schultz finally had to sit down. They really had gotten to a point where they didn't want to have anything else to do with me. When they started trying to misconstrue things that pointed directly at me, I had no other alternative but to speak out on behalf of myself, or at least to object, because I had a right to defend myself, although Hoffman continued to deny me that right. Some of these things the jury was able to see, although most times Hoffman rushed the jury out of the room. Gagged, shackled, and bound. The day I had to call Schultz a liar for trying to misquote me, was the day I was gagged. I had demanded my rights. I told them, I demand my constitutional rights. I even banged on the table while I was talking. "And, Judge Hoffman, you know it," I said, "I have a constitutional right to defend myself." They recessed the court, then came back, and Hoffman said, "Mr. Seale, "Are you going to disrupt this court anymore?" "I'm not disrupting the court," I replied. "I am going to make my request and demand that I have a right to defend myself, because I know I have that right." Then Hoffman told the marshals, "Take the defendant and appropriately deal with him." That's the way Hoffman said it, in that very shitty manner. They took me back to the lockup right outside the courtroom. They got some tape and put it across my mouth. They handcuffed my hands down close to the legs of a metal folding chair and put the irons on my legs. They looped the chain through one of the rods running across the front of the folding part of the chair and brought it out and clasped it to my right leg. The jury came back in, and Judge Hoffman says some kind of crazy crap, "Disregard this and disregard that." I shook my head from left to right at the jury and said, Some tears started rolling down one of the jurors' cheeks, and I looked at the jury again, Hoffman said stuff like, "Mr. Seale is trying to disrupt the court." I shook my head at the jury, to indicate I wasn't trying to disrupt. I sat there and something else came up. Hoffman said something else about me, so I rattled the handcuffs against the metal chair, clang, 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 as a means of objecting, still trying to defend myself. A little later they brought a witness on to testify, and my name was mentioned. Through the tape I hollered, "I object," in a muffled sound, but it could be heard. "I object." The tape wasn't holding too well because of my beard. So I said again, "I object, I object. I have a right to defend myself." So they took me out again. 2 or 3 marshals lifted the chair up and just took me back into the lockup. They put the tape back on me, put a rag around my mouth, tied the thing, and took me back into the courtroom. Later, Hoffman asked me if I would promise not to disrupt the court. He loved to use the words disrupt and outburst so the press could print disrupt and outburst and people wouldn't see what was really going on. What was involved was really an issue of constitutional rights. Hoffman said I should indicate my answer by shaking my head up and down for yes, or left to right for no. I didn't shake my head up and down, nor did I shake it to the left or right. I said, right through that gag, "I have a right." My voice was muffled but everybody could hear me, "I have a right to defend myself. You know I have a right to defend myself and you have no right to be gagging me and shackling me. I want to defend myself and that's all I'm going for." People way in the back of the audience probably couldn't hear me at all, but the judge, the marshals, the press, and the audience close to me could hear. The next day they strapped me to a wooden armchair, put a lot of padding in front of my mouth and tied a big large rag around it. Another rag came up under my chin. The marshals tied a knot on the top of my head. The rag came across my mouth and went around the back of my neck. The first day I was shackled and gagged, a big black marshal put the iron around my leg real tight, so that the blood circulation had actually stopped in my right leg. The second time they shackled me I motioned to the girl law student sitting at the defense table, to give me a piece of paper, and I wrote a note that the blood circulation was being stopped in my arms because of the way they had the handcuffs around my wrists. The only way I could get some relief was if I slouched way down in the chair. Somebody in the court said that my circulation was being stopped, and another marshal came and loosened the handcuffs. Next day they had some big straps instead of the handcuffs. "Sit down in the chair," one of the marshals said. I sat down in the chair and said to myself, Hoffman looks like a damn fool, sitting up there gagging me and carrying on. He knows that I've got a right to defend myself, he knows I should have a lawyer here, a lawyer of my choice, and he's foolish. So this cat started wrapping straps around my arm. "Say, man, they're kinda tight," I said. "That's just the way it's gonna have to be." "Ah, shit," I said. He wrapped one strap down my leg, and he said, "Is that tight?" "No," I said, "they're not tight down there." Then he tightened them up some more. Later another marshal came by and I said, "Say, man, these things are too tight," so he loosened them. After that he put the gag over my mouth. After I was gagged and everything, they went out and this same big nigger punk pig, tightened them right back up again around my arms, just tightened them right back up again. Then he opened the door and said, "Come on," to one of the other marshals who was standing outside the door, and they picked me up, and took me to the table. I was trying to wiggle my hands to circulate the blood in my left arm. I was sitting there and court was going on. I was listening, and every once in a while I was trying to wiggle my hands. I sat there for a while and I noticed that the circulation in my arms literally stopped unless I wiggled my hands. Then this one pig, sitting right beside me, tightened the straps right back up again, real tight. I kept trying to wiggle my hands, but wiggling them wasn't getting any blood circulating this time, so I started pushing the thing and pulling it, pushing and pulling, trying to get some blood circulation. I beckoned to the law student with my head. She was my means of communication with Gary. "What do you want?" she asked me. She'd say, "Do you want a pencil?" And I'd shake my head to indicate, "Yeah." In fact, I tried to talk through the gag. While she was standing there, trying to help me, Schultz interrupted and said something about, "Your Honor, I'd like the court to know that the young lady touched Mr. Seale's hand in a very motherly way when he left the courtroom yesterday." He said that for the jury to hear, hoping to discredit her for trying to help me out. Anyway, I wrote a little note that said my blood circulation was being stopped and I told her to give it to Wineglass and tell Wineglass to tell the court. They were still doing some kind of cross-examining up there. I tried to move the straps. Those wooden chairs are kind of smooth and varnished. My arm was sitting on top of the arm of the chair, and I tried to slip my arm over to the side. The straps were going around the arm of the chair, and by moving my arm off of the chair, that kind of loosened it, and I said, "Ah." So I just pushed my arm back and forth, the straps were quite loose, and then started wriggling my hands to get some blood circulation. A big pig looked down and saw that I had loosened the straps and was wiggling my hand. He reached over and grabbed the strap, trying to tighten the strap up. Man! That hurt the hell out of my arm. When he pulled the strap, he pulled my arm tight against the chair again, and I was shaking my head, I started to mumble, but I couldn't have be heard, "I want my blood circulation, I want to get my blood circulating." At the same time he was reaching over me and jerking the chair, two more marshals came up and grabbed at it. I bent forward and said, and the first pig stuck an elbow in my chest. His elbow knocked me back against the back of the chair. He hit me again. One marshal was trying to pick up the chair, and one was trying to sit the chair down, and I was pushing at the back of the chair, trying to get out of the way of this cat hitting me in the chest. But I also learned that even though my legs were strapped to the bottom of the legs of the chair, my feet were firmly on the floor, so that when he was elbowing me and I was pushing back with my feet, the chair would move. Then three more marshals attacked me, all at the same time with the other two still trying to pick up the chair. The whole chair went up in the air and fell all the way back into the press section. The press was sitting directly behind the defense table and I fell on top of them. They were frantically trying to get out of the way. All of the marshals ran up to me at once. This one cat was still elbowing me, tightening this strap up on my left hand. Another marshal came rushing in, and the chair rose halfway in the air again and fell over at an angle. Another pig rushed in and his elbow hit me right in the balls. It hurt the hell out of me. At that point I bent to my right, I turned my hand around inside the straps, and finally got the tip of my fingers up nearby my mustache and yanked and pulled my head back, yanking the gag off my mouth. I hollered out, "You son of a bitch! You hit me in the balls. Don't hit me in my balls. I'm trying to get my blood circulation." I said it 3 or 4 times. I cussed him out, and I called him a fascist and everything. At the same time the judge was hollering, "The court is adjourned, the court is adjourned." The jury was running out, it looked like all 10 or 12 marshals were beating me over there, and killing me. Jerry Rubin, who was sitting next to me, got up and hollered out, "Look what you're doing. Elbowing that man. You hit him in the mouth." The judge said something, he was adjourning the court, it was just chaotic. This all happened because Judge Hoffman had gagged me, and then this rotten pig tried to treat me brutally, while I was gagged and bound and shackled to this chair. It was a scene and a half, man. Finally they got this other guy and they picked the chair up. Court was adjourned. While they were taking me out, I hollered out, "Cruel and unusual punishment." I don't even think they got that on the record, but I hollered it out, "Cruel and unusual punishment." And I said, "You're a bunch of fascists, you're a fascist dog, Judge." I'd just got hit in the testes, and had been elbowed in the chest, and my blood circulation was gone. It was something else. They shut the door, and then this big marshal said, "You're just making this hard on yourself." "I ain't making nothing hard on myself," I said, "you're just in cahoots with the damn judge. You're working with him." The next morning, when they tried to gag me, I thought I was going to die, I mean, really die, because of the way they were doing things. I was in the lockup before court convened, and they said, "Sit in the chair. Don't tighten those things too tight on me," I said. This one marshal said, "We're not going to tighten them too tight." So they strapped me down, and after they strapped me down, this one cat who said he wasn't going to tighten the things too tight said, "Bobby, we're going to put something in your mouth." "No, you're not putting a damn thing in my mouth," I said. "Not in my mouth." "Well, we have to put something inside your mouth. The judge has ordered it, and that's what we're going to do." "No sir. You're not putting anything in my mouth." I'd already made up my mind that if he so much as got his fingers near my mouth, I was going to bit his motherfucking fingers off, because I wasn't going to let him put anything in my mouth. "You'd better not try to put it in my mouth, because I have tonsillitis, and it's going to exhaust me along with this other infection I'm being treated for. With all this penicillin in me, my temperature goes up 1.5 degrees, sometimes 2 degrees, and I have to go to sleep to get my temperature down. So don't you be putting anything in my mouth. I'm not letting you put it in my mouth, no way." "Grab his head," the marshal said. I was shackled down. One of the marshals put the palms of his hands on top of my head. He stepped up to me, he had rubber gloves on and was holding a wad of rag that was rolled up. It was about 1 inch or 1.5 inches long, and 1 inch in diameter. He was going to jam this junk down my mouth. I was shackled down, legs, arms, everything. He grabbed my nose and held the wad of rag about 3 or 4 inches from my mouth. I figured he was going to try to wait until I ran out of breath by holding my nose, knowing I wanted to keep my mouth shut. He was going to wait until I needed some breath, and when I opened my mouth he would move real fast and jam a rag into it. But it ain't going to work, I thought to myself. It ain't going to work. So I sat there. After a while I began to need some breath. I held and held my breath as long as I could. He was getting ready to jam the rag into my mouth, but before I opened my mouth, I jerked my head to the left and then to the right real fast, and got loose from the grip the other marshal had on my head and the grip that this marshal had on my nose. I put my head down and started catching my breath. I looked up. They had stepped back. The next time they tried it, the cat put his arm around my head as if he were wrestling with somebody, only I was sitting shackled in the chair and he was standing up. He put his arm around my head, so that the back of my head was sitting against his chest. His arm headed downwards, coming across my right ear. The cat grabbed my nose again. I was mad, man. I was mad as a motherfucker. "You sons of bitches," I said. "You rotten dogs." They held me again and held my nose. When it began to look like I needed breath, he set the wad of rags right up against my lips and began to press real hard with the palm of his hand. He pressed so hard that I could even feel the blood seeping out of my gums, and I could feel the inside of my lips busting, because I was holding out as hard as I could. Then I began thinking, I'm going to pass out. I'm going to pass out. I didn't want to pass out. Then I got scared. I knew I wasn't going to let those cats put that rag in my mouth. I thought a whole lot of things. Things flashed off in my head. I became aware of my feet being on the floor and wanting to push back and go to the left, but the cat holding my head could feel the tension in my body and he held tighter and harder. I was feeling like I was going to pass out, and I didn't want to pass out. I didn't want to be forced to pass out. And this cat was pushing against my mouth. So I pushed with my feet, and somehow I began to use my weight with the chair. My legs were attached to the legs of the chair. I pushed real hard. I was about to pass out. I thought about Eldridge, and I thought about the struggle and everybody in the party, and I was thinking about Nat Turner, even, all kinds of crazy things. I even had the notion that I wouldn't open my mouth, even if I passed out. Although I knew that when you pass out, your mouth automatically opens, before you die. All of a sudden, I pushed with all my weight, and next thing I knew, I had this cat pinned up against the wall. He was in back of the chair, holding my head, and I had him pinned between the wooden chair and the wall. I had pushed all the way back, almost 2.5 feet, and he had let go of my head. His body was between the wall and the chair, and I was pushing and yanking, and he was trying to push the chair away from the wall, and I was jamming him back against the wall. I was loose. I felt free, and I started breathing. This other cat said, "We can't put this in this cat's mouth." That damn judge. Why did he order us to do this shit anyway? They decided not to put anything in my mouth. But that was some battle that I fought with them. The marshal holding my head was a white cat, and the marshal trying to jam the rag in my mouth was a black cat. They were working together. They're both pigs. It doesn't make any difference what color they are. The black marshal said, "Well, we're not going to do it. We can't do it. We did what we could." Then they got some bandage. It was a roll of the type that football players and basketball players use to wrap around their legs. You wrap it around your legs, and as you move it becomes tighter. They had a piece about 3 inches wide. First they put some tape and some heavy padding all across my mouth, and they began to wrap. They wrapped all the way around. They wrapped it tight, very tight. Then they brought it under my chin, and wrapped it above my head and under my chin. Actually it was covering my throat, too. They got it real tight. I started losing my breath again. I was getting choked by the bandage. I started shaking my head from left to right, and the cat says, "I think he's losing his breath." So they unwrapped it real quick. They started again and made it a point to come right under my chin and keep it away from my throat. They still wrapped it too tight, because when I came out in the courtroom and looked to the left and looked to the right, that thing got tighter and tighter. The blood began to stop coming up to my head. That was too much. I started shaking my head, and Jerry Rubin and a couple of other people stood up. "He's passing out? That thing is too tight on him." I started shaking my head and got my arm slightly loosened. I pushed my head down, and with the tip of my finger got hold of the gag and pulled it off. I called Judge Hoffman every kind of thing I could call him. Fascist, sanctioning cruel and unusual punishment, and breaking the 8th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. The marshal snatched up the chair and was trying to rush me back to the lockup. Court was adjourning and there was all this commotion, because the shit was getting to the point where I was about to pass out. That stuff was wrapped around me too damn tight. I was calling Hoffman a fascist and constantly referring to the 8th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, where it says there shall be no cruel and unusual punishment inflicted, and this big, old pig marshal put his hand around my mouth and nose and started pulling. The other marshals grabbed the chair and started dragging it, but when they got to the door there was a little rise caused by the carpet molding between the door and the concrete floor, and the chair stopped. I was still calling them about everything I could think of and the marshals were jumping all around me, trying to get the chair out. This big pig grabbed me around my face and covered my mouth so I couldn't say anything, but I wiggled away from him. He grabbed me again and covered my nose and my mouth until I couldn't even breathe. He let go and I started hollering out again. The door was still open. He tried to reach to close it, but before he could, I was hollering so loud he reached back, grabbed my mouth and nose again so I couldn't breathe, and just held me there. Then he hollered to one of the other marshals. Everybody in the courtroom seemed to be filing out. The jury was going out while all this was happening. Judge Hoffman was ordering them out. It wasn't an outburst, and it wasn't an attempt to disrupt the court. What it was a man trying to gain his constitutional right to defend himself or to have his lawyer there. It is his choice according to the United States Supreme Court. I was pretty sure the United States Supreme Court had said that you can have a lawyer of your choice who is effective, and if this is not possible, the defendant has a right to defend himself. Hoffman didn't see it that way and they re-gagged me, but real loose. They loosened the straps. When they brought me back in the chair, Weinglass and Tom Hayden made a motion that the court take notice of the fact that Charles R. Gary was my lawyer. They said they were going to see Gary over the weekend. Hoffman adjourned court early that Friday so Hayden and Weinglass could go see Gary in San Francisco. Anyone can read the court record and see that I wasn't trying to sabotage the trial, but that I was only trying to get my constitutional right, to either defend myself, or to have my lawyer present, recognized, but Judge Hoffman wouldn't recognize it. The following Monday, they didn't gag me. I didn't say anything all day, because my name never came up. Nobody said anything about Kunstler being my lawyer that day, so I just sat there. That morning before the jury came in, Hoffman said he wouldn't gag me if I would act right. He put it in his little old, jive way. I said I was going to demand my constitutional rights and that I would continue to demand my constitutional rights. I tried to explain to him that I had been subjected to cruel and unusual punishment so that another of my constitutional rights, the Eighth Amendment, have been violated. I sat down and didn't have anything else to say. Nobody said anything against me. Then they brought a witness to the stand who was testifying against me. He mentioned my name, so I stood up and said that I objected to this witness testifying against me because my lawyer was not there. That was late Monday afternoon. I said that I had requested and deserved the right to cross-examine the witness myself. Mr. Seale, Hoffman says, in his little, sarcastic, dramatized, puny, racist manner, I remind you that you have a lawyer. I do not have a lawyer at all and I have something to say on behalf of myself, I told him. You keep telling me that I have a lawyer but I don't have a lawyer. I went on to tell the court that Kunstler was not my lawyer. I made it clear with every piece of emotion and feeling that I could get forth that Kunstler was not my lawyer. The jury saw it and everybody saw it. The jury was well aware by this time that I didn't have a lawyer. They were well aware that Hoffman was messing over me. And Hoffman knew the jury knew. I saw a woman juror cry. I was always hoping that none of those jurors had been bought off by the government. When I said after being gagged that I had no lawyer, I think the jury must have seen even more what the situation was. Tuesday morning court convened, and I made up my mind that I was going to demonstrate to Judge Hoffman that I could adequately act in my own defense. This was another way of arguing for my right to defend myself. After the jury came in, Hoffman asked Kunstler and Weinglass if they wanted to cross-examine the witness. They both said, no, the witness isn't testifying against our clients and we do not represent Mr. Seale. I got up and I said, I would like to approach the lectern and ask the witness some questions. I asked him if he had ever killed a Black Panther Party member or participated in any raids on a Black Panther Party offices or on a Black Panther Party member's home. I asked him why he goes around following people in airports when they're traveling and when they're buying tickets. Sit down, Hoffman said. I'm going to ask another question, I said. Hoffman told me to sit down again. I was just getting ready to sit down, so I said, "This is a fascist operation," and turned and sat down. Hoffman cooled his marshals off. He didn't have them attack me as they had done previously. Hoffman adjourned the court, and that afternoon he came back and read off a bunch of crap. He just took everything out of context and didn't report things as they really happened. He just read the court record and said, this was contempt of court, and this was contempt of court. In every last one of those instances I was talking about my right to defend myself, my constitutional rights. He sat up and asked me if I wanted to defend myself, or if I wanted to speak on behalf of myself, after he got through reading off all those so-called contempts. I told him that I didn't want to speak to him because he wouldn't let me speak before, on behalf of myself. I'm not going to beg you for no time, I told him. How long have you been putting black people in jail and prisons, and railroading people, and denying them their constitutional rights? I asked him. Then I sat down. He gave me 4 years in prison. He sentenced me unjustly. He sentenced me to 4 years in prison because I had demanded my constitutional rights. He declared a mistrial, only for me, because the jury never would have gone along with him. That's the real reason. He tried to obscure it and say that it was something else, but 4 or 5 people on that jury were really mad. Those people didn't like Judge Hoffman. I was looking at them when I was gagged. Hoffman was observing that jury too. He knew what he was doing. So in essence, that is how the Chicago 8 trial turned into the Chicago 7 trial. Yippies, convicts, and cops. A lot of times when we were taken over to the federal building in Chicago, Jerry Rubin and I were isolated in a cell by ourselves. This went on for most of the remaining 25 days that Jerry had to serve in jail. We always felt that they were putting us in an isolated tank because that tank was being bugged, and they were trying to find out what we were saying, or trying to get something so they could misconstrue it and use it against us. They hoped we'd talk about the legal strategy those other lawyers were using for the defense of their 7 clients. Of course, we didn't. I talked to Jerry a lot about the party. I felt that Jerry Rubin had come to have a more political perspective about the situation. We talked a lot about the Yippie Hippie movement. I asked him the difference in the names Yippie and Hippie. He said Yippie is the political aspect of the hippie movement, and the hippie is the part of a group that hasn't necessarily become political yet. They mostly prefer to be stoned, he said, but most of them want peace, and they want an end to this stuff. Jerry ran down a lot about the discrimination that goes on with respect to yippies, hippies, what have you, in the same manner it's brought down on black people or brown people or red people or other peoples. And I asked him, why really do you wear long hair? It's a rejection, and a way of identifying yourself, he said. When you're wearing long hair, and rejecting the system, it causes people to ask questions. What you do is, you become a walking, visible part of the revolution if you walk down the street wearing long hair. If I walk down the street and I've got real long hair, I know that people are asking questions and they're saying things. The middle-class world doesn't really understand what is wrong in the system, and the corruptness in the system. That is, not the way the history books put it. I found out that Jerry Rubin had been a top newspaper reporter for 5 years in Cincinnati. That really got off of me. I really had to think about that. Jerry came to oppose the oppression, the poverty, the fascist tactics that the cops used, and the overall system. He knew that the system needed an overhauling. He knew that some form of socialistic system was going to have to be implemented to really begin to remove the oppressive social obstacles and social evils in the system. Jerry told me he respected Jimmy Hoffa because Hoffa really fought for the workers to have a better life. Hoffa did a lot of things for the workers. I asked him if he thought Jimmy Hoffa was political enough to understand the need for a socialistic system. He said he didn't think that Hoffa was yet, but it would be very good if Hoffa would come around to the side of the masses of people and get the workers to understand that it is necessary to implement some kind of basic socialistic system here in America, for all the workers, both unemployed and employed. He really respected Hoffa's past work. I talked to him a lot about black people being a nation within a nation. Setting forth to black people that they're a nation within a nation can be misconstrued and shouldn't be misconstrued, not only in words but in terms of deeds and practice. This shouldn't be confused with black racism, and I explained how Chicano and Latino people were a nation within a nation and how Chinese people were a nation within a nation, and that this is maintained because the exploiting system, which is racist, and the capitalistic system, which perpetuates racism, are really one and the same. As long as it exists, that in itself really defined black people as a nation within a nation, or any other group of people who were subjected to exploitation and racist tactics as a nation within a nation. When I told him that we wouldn't be defining ourselves as a nation within a nation based on color alone, that we would be defining ourselves as a nation within a nation based on the existing economic status of Black America, Jerry understood this. Our geographical location here in America, that we are in fact second-class citizens, and that we are scattered in wretched ghettos and rural areas in the thousands and millions, cooped up in these places, here in America, also the language of the black community as it is directly related to the colonialized situation that black people live in, the oppressive conditions that we are subjected to, all of this, from history to now, is the foundation for our psychological makeup. Our language is interconnected with our environment and expresses certain psychological understanding and attitudes in terms of our attempts to survive. I think Jerry understood the psychology, the language, the economic status, and the geographical locations of Afro-Americans here in America, that in fact black brothers in Africa were our brothers in oppression, but their language is not the same as ours, that we live in a highly technical society here in America, whereas a large portion of Africans live in rural areas and underdeveloped areas in undeveloped countries, that since language and the environment are different, race doesn't necessarily constitute an overall world nation. He seemed to really understand it when I showed him how we were made into a nation within a nation, having been brought here from Africa, and after exploitation and segregation, becoming Afro-Americans. I explained the language to him, showing him some surviving African words and idiomatic expressions, which are directly related to our present situation here. I told him we were directly relating to the fact that racism existing in Africa is quite parallel to the racism that exists here in America. And Marxism-Leninism has to be stretched, and some more progressive ideas have to be set forth in relation to the need to change the system here in America, to show people that black people have a right to our freedom as human beings. Jerry, of all the cats I talked to among the left radicals and revolutionary white brothers, is one cat who I think understood it better than most people. In our general conversation, he was the most political in his understanding. I had never known Jerry Rubin before. I had never met any of the other 7 defendants in Chicago, before that Democratic National Convention, either. I never even talked to any of them before I came to make that speaking engagement during the convention. In fact, I didn't say any more than hi, hello, to Jerry when I went to the park to make that speech. That's the speech that they said was supposed to incite a riot. We have a transcript of that speech and it was a very typical speech. I certainly never told anybody to go and riot. First, I told everybody they had a right to defend themselves. Second, I told the cats to put the guns in their homes, because they had a right to have guns in their homes, and that we had a right to defend ourselves in the black community if we were unjustly attacked. Those were the kinds of things in that speech. At one point the D.A.S., Schultz, and Foran, thought that they were going to railroad me on the basis of that speech, by saying that I incited a riot and told people to go out and riot. I oppose spontaneous rioting and the party has always opposed spontaneous rioting. A spontaneous riot is generally without leadership of any kind. It's just a lot of black people who are ready to resist the system but who are totally unorganized, and they're only hurting themselves. I told people in that speech that we should organize in small groups, 2s and 3s and 4s, and then went on to the fact that we had a right to defend ourselves when the cops come down into our community and occupy it like a foreign troop. That speech didn't incite anybody to riot. But in spite of these facts, here I was in the Cook County Jail, going to court every day on such an accusation. Every morning at 5 o'clock they'd get me up and take me to the tank where I'd wait for 3 hours with whatever federal prisoners were facing court that day. And every day they'd turn court out and take me back, shackled, with handcuffs on and a chain around my waist. Sometimes they'd handcuff me to another cat. There would be an escort from the federal building to the Cook County Jail. It's about 7 miles between the two places. Sirens would be flashing on the escort cars. We'd be riding in a big paddy wagon, a United States government truck, and they'd go around all other traffic. Sometimes they'd have cats in there who had federal charges and had to appear in other courts. When there were escapees, they'd really put heavy security down, 3 or 4 cars and shotguns. One guard was about 5 feet 8, and he was a fascist-minded fool. We named this deputy Marshal James Bond, because he carried knives in his boots. He always carried 2 guns, a shotgun and a .357 Magnum, in the escort car, and you just knew he was going to trip over his guns. You could tell he was really a psychopathic pig. When they were transferring us he would always grab one of those machine guns they have and take this ready-to-fire stance. He was actually a foolish, stupid-looking pig, nowhere near the superficial, untrue movie character James Bond, but you could see this cat must have related to that stupid crap. Sometimes, when they closed the door to the paddy wagon, you could look out the window and he'd take his stance with his shotgun and his .357 Magnum, or his shotgun and his machine gun, and you'd see him trying to get into his car, and sure enough, stumbling over his own guns. He almost dropped one time, trying to get back into the escort car. We discovered that he kept knives in his boots, because when they come into the prison area with us, the marshals have to give up their guns to the jail sheriff and lock them up. One day we watched from the paddy wagon's window as the cats reclaimed their weapons. James Bond put his foot up on a chair and pulled up his pants leg and stuck a knife into his boot. Then he put his other leg up and stuck another knife into his other boot. He wore a kind of desert boot that came up about 8 inches above his ankles and he stuck his knives down into them like he had sewed in scabbards down there. A couple of those marshals were fanatics. You should have heard us in prison, we talked about those cats like they were crazy. James Bond was absurd. He was a fanatic with a gun, just waiting for somebody to stumble, so he could shoot. Sometimes a cat is shackled. What if he stumbles? This kind of fanatic would think he was trying to escape or something. If anyone stumbled, that kind of fool would shoot up marshals and everybody. That's why we didn't like James Bond. We didn't like that guy at all. A lot of the cats who shared the federal building tank with me after Jerry had finished his 25 days and left, were some real out-of-sight guys. They understood in so much detail the corruption in Chicago, from the mayor all the way down, and the corrupt government operations. They told me about some of the slick moves Mayor Daley pulls, such as having 2 houses, one being near or about a black neighborhood so that people would see him on television going into that particular house, while actually he lived in another mansion someplace else. And the criminal activity in the city was directly interconnected with the government operations on a very large scale, from the way the prisoners put it. The prisoners put forth this kind of information without any hostility, just very factually. It was obvious that they were aware of their own particular predicament and the predicament of many other people that were being charged. Most of the cats there were very well aware of the things that were happening, although they weren't allowed the city newspapers in jail. There was corruption in Chicago with the judges. A number of judges were forced to resign because of corruption and taking money behind the scenes. Most of the prisoners knew that if you had so much money, you could buy your way out of certain trials and certain kinds of cases, for $2 and $3 and $5,000. And prisoners would explain these kinds of things quite often, when you were getting in a general kind of conversation about what was going on, or when we'd get in a conversation about Judge Hoffman. Hoffman is known to own some large businesses there, or have stock or ownership of some kind of businesses that actually produce war materials that are being used in Vietnam, which automatically shows his interest in prosecuting and having a biased point of view, completely negative to the 8 defendants, and wanting more than likely to see them convicted. Of course, he would sit up and deny this. This is his public relations front. But he's not much on public relations with his ignorance and his trampling tyrannically over people's constitutional rights. When I was being put in the tank with other prisoners, they noticed something. When the 3 or 4 marshals would come and get me and take me downstairs to court, one of the prisoners was taken out and he never did return to the tank until I came back after the noon recess, to eat a sandwich and the stuff they give you in jail there. This prisoner would be returned, just before I got there. Some of the prisoners told me that they could smell a cop a mile away. So when we were talking they would say, "Be quiet, Bobby. Be cool." They'd pull me over in a corner and say, "This cat may try to misconstrue something." Then I would say, "They can't misconstrue anything because all I'm talking about is party philosophy and what have you." Then they said, "Yes, but you know what these cats do? They'll jack up one of these prisoners in here, and he'll take some of the things you actually said and then twist them and add some lies on the stand and make it look like you were saying something else. Then they'll have a regular agent who's infiltrating, who'll take the stand and repeat these things, and exaggerate even more and tell all kinds of lies. Just because of what you said about your party's philosophy, by their cooperating in lies they could trick a jury into believing them. They operate that way, so you have to be aware of that." I appreciated this very much from a number of prisoners there. These were all federal prisoners. Many of them were getting big time. One cat there, his name was Bob, he seemed to have beaten some 25 cases in the last 7, 8 years. And it tickled me that, although he wasn't political, he always knew what the hell I was talking about. He understood the talk about a basic socialistic system, and other things. He got convicted and got 25 years. And they hit him with another charge and tried to give him another 25 years. They say in the federal system, the parole system's just all goofed up, in the sense that if you got 10 years you're going to do 6 and 3 months. And if you get 50 years, you're going to do every bit of possibly 35 years. These are the kinds of things prisoners didn't dig at all, naturally, because the federal government has a tendency to snap a whole lot of time to a cat. Another thing that most of the prisoners said was that it seemed like cats were getting picked up everywhere, more so than in the past. People being railroaded. A number of cats, you could just hear their stories and their situations, and know they really weren't guilty. Some of them were obviously guilty, and showed that they knew this. On the other hand, there's a lot of cats just getting messed over. Criminal activity is so rampant in Chicago on the upper levels, on the political levels, that smaller cats were getting used as patsies and run over. They were being used to save some big-time politician, someone who was connected to the politicians, or the businessmen who were running things and controlling the politics of the city of Chicago. I think that people could learn a heck of a lot from those prisoners who are getting railroaded. There was even a case where both a father and his son were being railroaded on some jive murder beef. People were being used as stool pigeons, being charged with a crime and then offered freedom by the government, if they'd help convict another cat, by getting on the witness stand to lie and say that they saw this person here and this person there, when the person was actually someone that these cats had never seen in their whole lives. It seemed like the prisoners knew quite a bit about when our constitutional rights were being violated. It amazed me, the insight they had. It was an experience for me to be able to really communicate with so many cats who were being railroaded in a very blatant way. In that county jail, the brothers need to know a lot. They've got to understand that the power structure is what's messing them up. A few cats who are guards tried to understand me. I gave those cats a lot of respect, the guards who did not try to fuck over me. Black guards did not try to mess me over, and I didn't try to mess over them. A lot of them were interested in the Black Panther Party and the philosophy. I tried to get 2,000 Panther papers into the jail, but I couldn't. They let the Muslim paper in, and they let the Catholics in to show movies and bring in all their little papers, with all the other kinds of religious groups. There was even a school in there, for some of the brothers. If they want to go to school at night, they can go to school, which is a positive thing. I felt the cats should also have the Black Panther paper and Soul on Ice. A lot of brothers could get a lot of correct concepts if they had the opportunity and took the time to read the Panther paper and Soul on Ice. Being in jail, they can see themselves as revolutionary politicians, changing the decadent conditions that we are subjected to, that caused them to be in jail in the first place, and caused the brothers and sisters to be murdered in the first place. But we shall consider them pigs in one form or another unless they are working and relating to end fascist, social injustices. Those black guards learned from me and I learned from them. Cook County Jail is a good place to learn about what it's really like in Chicago. To me, Chicago is a big town with corruption pervading the whole situation, from Mayor Daley all the way down to the pig on the street murdering people. That's the way I describe Chicago. And all the other towns in America where black people live are Chicago's. In 1 month, the police in Chicago killed 80 black people, and that's genocide. Little girls just sitting on the steps doing nothing. Just shot down. 80 black people were murdered in the streets. While I was in the hospital in the Cook County Jail, they turned on the television and I saw this cat who was the president of the Afro-American Patrolmen's League. This was right around the time that the Soto brothers were killed. What happened there was, one brother was murdered by a cop while he was walking down the street. It came out as a clear case of a cop just shooting the cat and killing him. His brother came home from the army, from fighting for his so-called country, for his brother's funeral. It wasn't 3 or 4 days later when he was shot in the back of the head by a cop. The people witnessed the fact that he was just walking down the street and the cop pulled his gun out and shot and killed him. Another of the brothers was there in the Cook County Jail. I never got a chance to see him, but they told me he didn't get emotional, he didn't crack up or anything. He went about his business. But everybody said they could tell that this brother isn't going to let that go, the way they killed his 2 brothers. So I was watching this cat on TV, the president of the Afro-American Patrolmen's League. There was another member with him, and they were running down how the racist aspect of the Chicago Police Department had accused them of having membership in the Black Panther Party. This patrolman didn't defend himself by denouncing the party, but instead he definitely went forth to denounce the racist brutality and murder of black people in the black community. He set forth an understanding of the social evils and the social conditions that we are subjected to. Prior to that, the only contact that I had had with the Afro-American Patrolmen's League was when the cats called up the office, a long time ago, when we were getting ready to implement the community control of police. We had already begun to move the community control of police petition, where registered voters would sign a petition stating the fact that they wanted to have community control of police with neighborhood councils who would do the hiring and firing, and where also this kind of law would be voted on a yes or no proposition by all the citizens of the city, and where all the policemen would be hired from the community that they lived in. And the Afro-American Patrolmen's League was interested. They were not against this kind of thing. These cats I couldn't, and wouldn't, call pigs. The party wouldn't call them pigs, because in fact they are concerned with the people in the community. And that's very significant. Some of the black cops right here in San Francisco call themselves the Officers for Justice. They even have some white cats in their organization. We wouldn't call those cats pigs either. In Los Angeles there was even one white policeman who quit the police force a couple of years back. He was going to run for DA of Los Angeles County, because he was so incensed about operations that were being used in railroading half of all the black cats who were being put in jail. They were actually being railroaded into jail with gross violations of their constitutional rights. But as he put it, the harassment by the racist police and the racist department itself on black people in the black community was worse. I thought of this, and the officers for justice, as I was listening to these cats from the Afro-American Patrolmen's League on the television in Cook County Jail. It's very significant that black policemen would come together like that. I see the necessity of even the black cats who are deputies in the sheriff's department out there, regardless of what the sheriff says, or the superintendent. I think they should get in the Afro-American Patrolmen's League and be a part of it and be really concerned with their community. Most of the black cats in police departments really know that they're just there for a job. But I think that it's necessary that they raise their political consciousness and that of their fellow officers to a higher level, as the Black Panther Party's been trying to raise some gang members' consciousness to a higher political level. It's very necessary, because a lot of the cats who are committing crimes are really committing jive crimes against their own people and they don't have any basic political consciousness. And that's one thing the Black Panther Party's been trying to give to a lot of the cats in the black community, real revolutionary political consciousness, so they won't be running around committing petty crimes. They'll start defending themselves, and they'll find out they're defending something worthwhile. In this way, the black community, the black policemen, and those white policemen who are opposed to racism and oppression should move to expose the racism in the police departments. We really have to give the Afro-American Patrolmen's League a lot of respect for taking that stand. One Eldridge had told Kathleen to make all the payments on the car, turn it over to the party, and to join him in Algeria. When Eldridge had the car, a Plymouth Fury, it had been gold, but we had it painted blue. 2 Fred Hampton, 22, chairman of the Illinois Black Panther Party, was shot and killed in his sleep on December 4, 1969, at 5 a.m. when the Chicago police raided his house, allegedly looking for an arsenal of guns. Ed. Pigs, Problems, Politics, and Panthers. Do Nothing Terrorists and Other Problems. From its very beginning, the Black Panther Party has had problems with a lot of people who come in and use the party as a base for criminal activity which the party never endorsed or had anything to do with. In the early days of the party, we had to try a number of times to show brothers that they were breaking rules, and eventually tell them that they were no longer members of the party and that they didn't represent the party anymore. Some brothers would come into the party, and see us with guns, and they related only to the gun. But one of the things that the party did from the very beginning was to sit brothers down and politically educate them. We assigned books and materials like the autobiography of Malcolm X, The Wretched of the Earth, and helped them understand their constitutional rights and some basic points of law. The 10-point platform and program was essential because through it the brothers would understand that we had guns, not for foolish criminal activity against their people, but for self-defense since there's so much brutality and murder unjustly committed on the part of cops against black people. We constantly tried to teach the brothers this from the very beginnings of the party, and many have learned well and understood the scope of the party. But in the process and development of the party, many have had to drop away, were expelled, or were told to get out of the party. There are some people who go around and say they are Black Panther Party members, when in fact they aren't. If they had been arrested or possibly had done something, or if the cops were just trumping something up on them, the police department would announce to the press that they just arrested some Black Panther Party members. Naturally, the demagogic politicians and the police, who are the armed bodies of the state and protect the state and the greedy riches of the avaricious businessman, would lie and try to mislead the people. They didn't want people to understand the real philosophy of the Black Panther Party, the real 10-point platform and program, and the real community programs we were implementing on a very practical level to try to educate the people to end their oppression. Violations of the rules of the party were primarily due to previous conditioning and the oppression that we live in. The party has the principle that only the worthy, those who are really dedicated to serving the people, those who are able to grasp the meaning of the rules and philosophy of the Black Panther Party, should be members. We have a rule that no one can be drunk while doing party work. It doesn't mean that a party member can't ever drink, but if he's drunk he can't do political work. You can't drink around the offices of the Black Panther Party. At one time brothers would bring around something to drink, but then we told them that they had to go into the back and they'd better not get drunk. Then we stopped that too. Brothers who were drunk would come around and say they wanted to get into the party. We'd tell them they couldn't become members of the Black Panther Party. If a member got sloppy drunk and became non-functional, then he would be put on a worker suspension. If he violated the rules again, we would expel him and put his name and picture in the party paper, and explain that this person's selfish desires and needs seemed to be above the party's principle of serving the people in the community. Some people joined the party for status reasons. The party was well known in the community, and was written up in the papers a lot. These cats would put on a complete Panther uniform, black beret, black slacks, black shoes, black pimp socks or regular socks, shined shoes, blue shirt, and a black turtleneck. They were clean-shaven, or if they had a goatee or beard it was neatly trimmed. They'd stand up in front of the office with a mean face on, their chests stuck out, and their arms folded, watching people walk by. They were psychologically surviving off the incorrect sensationalism that had been put forth in the newspapers. We began to call them the do-nothing terrorists. The only thing they did was rap to the sisters. There were some sisters who wanted brothers who would stand up, talk bad and loud, sell wolf tickets, and carry on. They never did any work at all or faked work, so we had to suspend and expel many of these brothers and sisters. A bunch of them would stand around the office, and we'd ask them to do some work and pass out leaflets. They'd lie and say they had passed out the leaflets already. Half the time these cats would throw the leaflets away. We began to find stacks of leaflets thrown off in a lot or sitting in one of those keep the city clean waste paper baskets. This really teed a lot of us off. All they wanted to do was front off being in the Panther Party and rap to the sisters. Some were just plain cultural nationalists, black racists. It was just a bunch of jive that we had to get rid of. Sometimes white friends in the Peace and Freedom Party would come down to our office to drop off some money for transportation or some reams of paper. These do-nothing terrorists would say, "You white people can't come into our office." There were a number of black racists around also who would do some work but who would propagate black racist attitudes, which was directly counter to the party's revolutionary line. We tried to tell the cats over and over again that we had a working coalition for a specific purpose with the Peace and Freedom Party. Some people tried to take it out of context and tried to say that we trusted white people, and we said, no, we don't just trust white people. We just trust what white people do. Those whites who do things that are positive, we respect. And those who do things that are negative, we don't respect. That's the way you have to see it. They would use this sometimes to try and cover up their lack of work, so we criticized them and told them they weren't doing anything positive for the party. Finally we told Huey about it, so Huey ordered all Black Panther Party members not to wear their black berets anymore unless we were at a public function of some kind, where the party wanted to be conspicuous about the fact that we had a uniform, and were a political party who had members that were of service to the community. Man, you should have seen the reaction. The do-nothing cats were saying, "Man, what you talking about? Baby, you're ruining my game." "That's just the point," we said, "so don't be wearing no beret. This is going to identify who's doing work and who isn't doing work. Don't be running around here fronting on some kind of status in the party." Another problem at that time was that the brothers identified only with the gun. When we started the party, Huey and I didn't have any intention of having them identify only with the gun. We knew that we had to teach them that the gun was only a tool and it must be used by a mind that thinks. When we first started out, the very first members had to go to political education classes. Included was 1 hour of field stripping of weapons, safety and cleaning of weapons in the home, etc. Then we had 1 or 2 hours of righteous political education and study. The third area was work, coordinating various activities, and understanding the political significance of various actions we took, like when we went to the police department with our guns, when we had to go help out the brothers and sisters in Richmond, and when we went to the sheriff's office and tried to enter armed with guns, along with community people, to protest murder and police brutality. We also did the work in the community of patrolling the police, actually trying to implement Point 7 of the 10-point platform and program. In all these actions, we tried to teach the brothers the importance of politically educating the people. The correct political education among members was necessary to break up all these hassles that we were having trying to organize the party. At the same time, we wanted as many members as we could possibly get, so that the party would spread and the members would carry the message. We also needed a really hardcore of working people to get things off the ground. Huey finally sent a message out of jail that those who were not doing any work should be expelled from the party, because he'd rather work with 100 smart people than 3,000 foolish people. Why they raid our offices? The raids on almost every Black Panther Party headquarters in the United States during 1969 were partially related to a move of the party. Eldridge Cleaver made contact with members of the North Vietnamese government, and asked them to allow him to announce their proposal that if the United States government would release political prisoners in America, starting with Huey P. Newton and myself, then the North Vietnamese government would release the American prisoners of war they are holding. Right after this was announced, while I was in Chicago at the trial, they readily cut it out of the newspapers and stopped the mass media from printing further information about this. The power structure did this, and it is very related to the recent raids that came down and to the murder of Fred Hampton. The raids upon the Black Panther Party were directly related to the purge that the party had. The raids people heard about hit practically every Black Panther Party office in the country. The Black Panther Party began to purge in January 1969, by announcing that we weren't going to be taking any more members in. We worked and found out about a lot of fools, expelled them, and printed their names and pictures in the Black Panther, and explained to the people that they weren't representatives of the party anymore. This in itself stopped the CIA-FBI infiltration operation into the Panther Party. So the raids were also related to the fact that the party had purged itself and stopped people from being able to come into it, infiltrate it, and work for the big power structure to help distort the real objectives and goals of the Black Panther Party. A technique typical of the power structure and their fascist pigs were those used in Los Angeles, from mid-1969 to the point where they attacked the Los Angeles Black Panther Party office in December of 1969. Prior to the December raid, some 300 arrests were made upon the key leaders and organizers and coordinators of the party throughout Los Angeles. About 50 members, the key ones, the ones who were leading and organizing other groups of people in the community, were arrested over and over again. 90% of the charges on all those arrests were dropped after we bailed the people out. Those kinds of bails and exorbitant ransoms which they put on the brothers were a means they continuously used to deplete our funds. There was consistent harassment. We have complete documentation of all the arrests that occurred and how the charges were dropped. This was a means by which the fascist, racist police in LA and the power structure were trying to wipe out the Black Panther Party. This has been a national operation with a consistent pattern to it. It became more and more exposed when they murdered brothers Fred Hampton and Mark Clark in Chicago and shot up other Panther Party members. Across the country in 1969, with their Mission Impossible Mission Imperialist operation, it appears that they in fact murdered brother Alex Rackley in New Haven, Connecticut, or used a lackey informer to do so. 14 party members were arrested in raids in which they supposedly were looking for Rackley's killers. The pigs raided the Detroit office, the Boston office, the New York office, the Chicago office and the Denver office. They had previously raided the New Haven office and the Indianapolis office. They also raided the Sacramento office and shot it up. The San Diego office was raided, but the Panther Party members weren't in it at the time. A lot of our offices around the country have been attacked and shot up 2 or 3 times, and Panther Party members have been shot up. The raids and the attacks upon the Black Panther Party are interlocked with the whole operation to kill as many party members as possible. That's one of the reasons we started the Black Panther Party newspaper, so the black person in New York could read what was happening in Los Angeles, Atlanta, or Chicago, or anywhere else in the nation. All the people who get the Black Panther Party newspaper can read about what is really happening, about the thousands of black brothers and sisters who are murdered, shot and brutalized in the black communities and the wretched ghettos throughout the country. Circulation for the Black Panther Party's paper has gone up in thousands. It's gotten to the point where the Black Panther is out-circulating any other underground-type newspaper. The power structure is trying to stop and smash the Black Panther Party, because the party is ready to show and expose the racist power structure for what it is, to expose what Eldridge Cleaver identifies as the 3 levels of oppression: the avaricious businessman, the demagogic politicians, and the fascist pig police forces that have been doubled, tripled, and quadrupled in every major city and wherever there are black people or brown people, people who are protesting or progressive white people. This is a fascist state that's breeding, and the power structure has to get rid of the Black Panther Party because the party is setting forth ideology and teaching the people correct methods. We talk not only about the fact that we defend ourselves against oppression, but we begin to expose the power structure with our breakfast for children, free health clinics, and free clothing programs. We've been arrested on the streets for selling the paper, and charged with loitering and blocking the sidewalk. There have been underground, agent provocateur operations, and lies about party members killing former Panthers. It's all an attempt to mislead the people about the real philosophy and program of the party, so the cops can justify making raids on our offices. Agent provocateur operations were headlined in the papers and blown up. Some of the agents were black racists working with the pigs. The McClellan Committee and people like them allow the pigs to raid us, and they try to justify their actions in raiding our offices and shooting up offices. I hope people can see the pattern forming. The pattern becomes set when the FBI and the local police department in Connecticut arrest 14 members of the Black Panther Party and charge them with conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to kidnap, and also with murder and kidnap 14 people. Half of them are leaders, righteous leaders of the Black Panther Party, like Sister Erica Huggins, who was the deputy chairman in Connecticut. At the time they were arrested, they were ready to set up the Breakfast for Children program. The brothers in New York were beginning to move with the breakfast program when they got busted on trumped-up charges. These operations and the way the power structure is moving make it clear and evident to me that it's a pattern. It's an attempt on their part to give us a lot of trouble and problems in trying to set up programs. This kind of attack is another part of the pattern. Complete information on all the arrests and all the charges that have been dropped against party members will show how the power structure has been using these arrest tactics to deplete the funds of the Black Panther Party. Nearly every Panther office in the country has been raided. In Des Moines, Iowa, they blew up the office, literally bombed it. There had been a big rally with people in the community who were ready to support the Breakfast for Children program. White and black people were ready to support that program and get that program off the ground. And the pigs just bombed the office. The year 1969 was the year of the pigs raiding Panther Party offices, trying to wipe the party out, and trying to wipe out the community programs. Renegades, jackanapes, and agents provocateurs. When Huey found out I had been arrested on the shotgun charge, he immediately tried to get bail money. He got the brothers together and told them to get the Black Panther newspapers, take their cars, go out to rich some $60, but the bail against me was $1,400. We needed another $80 for my bond. Huey told the brothers we had to raise the money with the papers at 25 cents per copy. There were about 4,000 copies left of the second issue of the Black Panther Party newspaper. The brothers took off with them, but instead of going out and selling the papers, they got to jiving around with some chicks in North Richmond. When they got back some 3 or 4 hours later, they had only sold about 25 papers, and used up a lot of gas. You mean you haven't sold any more papers than this? Huey asked them. One of the brothers admitted, after some debate, that they really hadn't been selling papers. To hell with selling these papers right now, man. I'm gonna jive with these chicks, one of the brothers had said. They had brought some of the chicks with them and Huey didn't want to embarrass the cats. He took the brothers to the side and said, "Take the girls back. You can get with them later. Go sell the papers." They went back to Richmond, but they messed around again and didn't sell the papers. So Huey kicked every last one of them out of the party. When you guys were all up in jail at Sacramento, he said, Bobby got bailed out, and the first thing he did was go to work to get you out. He was really worried about you guys getting bailed out, and tried to get lawyers and everything. Now you guys are jiving around and the brother's in jail, and you won't do the same for him. That's not unity between brothers. You aren't captains anymore. Nobody is nothing. If you want to work for the party, you're going to sell papers. Take off your guns. You don't know how to be responsible to the community and the people. You don't know how to be responsible to your leaders in the party. So all of you are out of the party. You're busted. I had been out of jail 3 days but I still didn't know about this. I noticed a kind of depression around the office, and said to myself, what's wrong with these guys? They were still hanging around. They wouldn't leave because deep down inside they really liked the party. It's just that they went astray and violated some basic rules. 3 days later they pulled me off to the side and said, the other day brother Huey busted us all. The reason for it was because we goofed off, man. We should have been working to help get bail money to help get you out. Bobby, we're sorry, man. I went and told Huey, the brothers told me what they did, and the fact that you busted all of them. Huey said, they're going to have to learn how to get themselves together. I said, it's important that we stick together and not be jiving around with each other, or we won't have an organization. They asked me to forgive them for it, and I did. Huey agreed, and we let them back in the party. Problems like this kept arising though. About a week later we heard that some brothers had bags of weed in their possession. We called them all together, discussed the problem, told them that there was a rule in the party that said we couldn't have any weed on us, because the cops were always watching us and it was dangerous for any party member to have grass on him. We sat down and wrote some explicit rules. They were written out in an ordered form for the first time. We got the brothers to help us make the rules. We said that when someone breaks the rules, then it's the responsibility of all the other members of the party to see to it that that person is put on suspension or kicked out of the party. Some of the other rules that we made were that a party member couldn't point or fire a weapon at anyone other than an attacking enemy, that members shouldn't steal anything, not even a needle or a piece of thread from the people, and that members weren't supposed to swear and cuss at the people because that's not serving them. Today, we have 26 rules. About half of them are primarily for individual members of the Black Panther Party. The others are for office and party functions as a whole, and for carrying out political duties in the community. Since the early days, a lot of incidents have happened where cats have broken the rules. Some of this was because agents provocateurs have come into the party, and have deliberately stirred up problems and done things in violation of the party's principles and rules. One of the things I remember very clearly was when Jay jumped out of a Black Panther Party truck and held up a diner. The big white van had Black Panther newspaper written right on its side in big black letters, and was primarily used for hauling newspapers and distributing them around the community. David Milliard and I had told J&S to take the truck across the bay to San Francisco and pick up the 8 or 10 brothers who had been working most of the night over there putting out the paper. From what we found out through our investigations, S apparently drove the truck up to a diner and went to the restroom. They had already picked up the 8 other brothers. Jay was in the front of the truck. The other 8 cats were in the back of the truck and didn't know about anything that had happened. When S walked back to the truck, he saw Jay walking away from the diner with a money box and a gun in his hand. "Man, what's going on?" S asked. "Ain't nothin', man. It's cool," Jay said. S decided to drive the truck and get out of there. They were picked up by the pigs 5 minutes later. Jay shot and seriously wounded one cop. What S should have done, he was a captain and a coordinator of the party, was to have taken the gun away from Jay, given the $80 back to the cashier, and then brought Jay to the party central committee for disciplining. But he said he made the mistake of driving away from the diner, which is why at one point we suspected him of possibly being an agent provocateur. We didn't know for sure about Jay either, but our suspicions were high. I was down at Santa Barbara for a speaking engagement at the time. I was sitting there when I read the papers about the shootout and robbery in San Francisco. I couldn't believe it. I thought it was some kind of trumped-up operation. When I got back to the office late that night, I saw that David had written on the blackboard that no guns are to be carried unless authorized by the Central Committee. The next day we publicly put Jay out of the party. We got all the other brothers out of jail finally, except Jay. About a month later Jay got out of jail and came to us. He said, "I was carrying out the Minister of Defense's program." "You're a damn liar," we said. "You weren't carrying out any Minister of Defense's program, not by pulling a petty jive robbery." Then Jay asked me, "Well, Bobby, what do you think about it?" He was trying to divide me from David and Bunchy. David said, "What do you mean, what does Bobby think about it?" "It's what me, Bobby, the Central Committee, Huey, Eldridge Cleaver, everybody, thinks about it. It's all of us together." I said, "That's right, man. You weren't carrying out the Minister of Defense's program. Not like that you weren't. You must be crazy, man. I'm sorry, you just gotta get out of the party." Bunchy later saw that Jay was trying to put on some kind of front of still being a revolutionary. So Bunchy told him, "If you are a good man, if you just made a mistake, nobody can hold a good man down. If you're a true revolutionary, you'll serve the people. But you're still not in the party. You can't explain that stuff to us, not by saying that you think that you were carrying out the minister's program." When that thing happened, we got phone calls from all over the place. We had a lot of support. "It's some cops, some agents messing over you all," people said. They knew that petty robbery wasn't what the party was about. If you get involved in that stuff, then the older people in the community misunderstand the party. You also mislead the young lumpen proletarian cat, who probably has got the guts enough to commit a robbery, but who we want in the party so we can politically educate him that robbery isn't the way to go about solving the social problems that put him in the situation in the first place. So we saw that somehow or another, this kind of activity was agent provocateur type activity. We couldn't prove anything right away against Jay. We thought that either he had flipped his lid or he was an agent provocateur. We didn't kick S out of the party, but after we helped bail him out, he came around trying to support J's position. I began to suspect him and decided to just watch his actions. A lot of times we actually bailed cats out even though they'd done wrong, to try to find out what the heck was wrong with them, to try to find out who was doing what and who was leading what and who was causing this stuff to happen. Finally it got so bad that the next bunch of jackanapes who got busted, some cats riding around in a Panther car with broken lights, no registration, and carrying guns, we decided we weren't going to bail them out. David said, "We're not going to be putting out no more bail money for cats who are gonna violate the rules of the party. When this stuff hits the papers, it looks like we're just a bunch of hoodlums and thugs, just because a couple of individuals start acting the fool." About 6 brothers and sisters in the party disagreed, and said we should bail them out anyway. When we asked why, they said, "Because they're black." We said, "No, we're not gonna bail them out just because they're black." They're not serving the people. In fact, they're destroying the party. We got to let people know that these type of individuals are not running the party. We should kick them out. This small group of 5 or 6 cats didn't like that, so we told them to go raise the bail money themselves. That was the start of a little black racist jackanape faction in the party. As it turned out, this faction had an agent provocateur in it and we didn't know it. P was a righteous agent provocateur who came into the party in 1968. This little faction of cats was hanging on more to black racism than to a progressive revolutionary program of serving the people. This little faction didn't understand that it was a class struggle we were in, and not a race struggle. The agents provocateurs used the cats who refused to be politically educated and to follow the party's revolutionary principles and rules. Half of the cats who didn't follow the program were being led astray by agent provocateur activity. We didn't know it at first, but we felt and knew that something was definitely going wrong. A little crew of about 10 or 12 cats had been meeting and getting together in a certain little corner around town at night. P was the leader of this crap, and behind the scenes was talking really negatively about the party. These cats didn't understand that revolution doesn't only mean that you mass the people and teach them that they have the right to defend themselves against unjust police attacks. What they didn't understand is that revolution also means that you have to implement basic community programs like breakfast for children, liberation schools, and free health clinics, and really work on these programs every day. They didn't understand how this educates the masses of the people to put more revolutionary political pressure on the power structure to implement similar programs. They didn't understand that you have to work hard at this, and P was consistently leading them away from working on these things. These cats are what the party calls jackanapes. A jackanape is a fool. He's foolish, but he's not scared of the police. He's foolish in that he'll get himself killed quicker. If you don't straighten him out, and try to politically educate him, he will definitely bring the party down. If there's an agent provocateur around, the agent will hinder your attempts to politically educate these cats, and will lead them to do crazy things based on emotions rather than work based on understanding of social change. For example, a jackanape will come walking down the street with a gun in his hand, talking about, "Fuck the pigs. To hell with the pigs. I ain't going to jail." Then he'll be surrounded by 25 cops with shotguns pointed at his head and he'll go to jail. Deep down inside he really doesn't have anything to defend, because he doesn't know what he's defending. Real revolutionaries are like the brothers in the LA shootout, where the pigs attacked the office and pulled a pre-dawn raid on them. Those brothers defended that office because they were really defending the community programs that we were trying to set up. They defended themselves because they realized that the power structure wanted to rip them off and systematically exterminate them, that it wanted to prevent the organizing and uniting of the people around revolutionary programs. A true revolutionary will get up early in the morning and he'll go serve the free breakfast for children. Then when that's done he'll go and he'll organize a boycott around a specific issue, to support breakfast for children or support any other kind of program. He'll do revolutionary work in the community. He'll propagandize the community, he'll pass out leaflets. As a citizen in the community and a member of the Black Panther Party, he'll go to the firing range and take firing practice, but he'll follow all the gun laws and he won't conceal his weapon, or other jive stuff. He'll follow the rules and be very dedicated. He is constantly trying to politically educate himself about the revolutionary principles and how they function, to get a broad perspective. He'll also defend himself and his people when we're unjustly attacked by racist pigs. Whereas a jackanape generally works from an opportunistic position. He centers things only around himself, he's still selfish. He thinks his pot and his wine are above the party. He thinks his gun is something that he can use at will, to rip off stuff for himself. He can be politically educated, that's definite. But if you've got agents provocateurs running around sent in by the CIA and the FBI, black guys running around talking one thing and doing another thing, then it makes it much harder, because they mislead the jackanapes into doing all kinds of jive things to destroy the party. You have to expose the informers and the agents provocateurs to the people. The cats in the black racist faction, and some other cats who had come into the party a long time before, were cats who had pulled robberies. We told them that if they were going to be in the party, they'd better not do that kind of stuff, because that's not the party's program and the party doesn't endorse it. We even told all those cats that they didn't have to worry about rent and food as long as the party had some funds. We said that 5 or 6 members could rent a house together, and the rent would be cheaper, and they wouldn't have to worry about a place to stay and their other needs. As long as people were dedicated revolutionaries, and worked around the clock, the party would take care of them. We never pay anybody a salary. We just take care of the basic necessities of the party members. These cats knew that they shouldn't be pulling robberies. One day, just before David and I went to New York, one of the cats relating to that little jackanape group, walked up to us and said, "Hey, man, I need to rip off some money." We said, "Say, man, before you came into the party maybe that's what you were doing, but you don't do that anymore because the party doesn't endorse that crap. You cats don't have to worry about rent and food." So he said, "Okay, man," and we thought everything was cool. David and I had to go out of town that evening. We went to New York, and the next day David called the national headquarters to check in and he turned to me, real disgusted. "Bobby," he said, "we can't leave that damn place 24 hours before some jackanape or some fool is messing up. K's old lady is on the phone talking about some jive robbery that A and K were in." I said, "A knows better than that, we were just telling him yesterday that we don't go for that shit." David said, "Man, we'd better hurry up and finish our business here and get on back because these jackanapes and fools are going to try to destroy this party, if we don't watch them." When we got back, Deputy Chief of Staff June Hilliard gave us the report and gave us some newspapers to read. It really was a damn shame. They tried to rob a grocer for $200 on a main street in broad daylight at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. 6 of them did it, with shotguns, M1s, .45s, etc. They were party guns too. We were really disgusted. They could have walked up and asked me, or whoever was handling the funds, for money for rent or whatever they needed it for. We get $500 to $1,000 for each speaking engagement we do, and I was doing 10 or 12 a month myself. They didn't have to rob that place. We blasted them in the press. We said that they were provocateurs, fools, and jackanapes, and that they only wanted to use the party as a base for some petty criminal operation which the party does not have anything to do with, and does not endorse whatsoever. The party's Central Committee and the rules are completely opposed to this. We ran this all through the Panther paper too. K and A were in jail. Supposedly some of the others got away. We had put the word out through the grapevine, "Don't even come around the party," to everyone who was supposed to have participated in that so-called robbery because, you're out of the party. You're no longer members of the party, you don't represent the party. 2 days later, the house where A, K, and P had been staying was raided by the police. A couple more brothers who were staying over there, and who weren't necessarily in the Little Jive faction, were all busted. We went down and got P out, because we thought he was a good cat, who'd got busted just on this bullshit raid. We also got a couple more out of jail, because we knew that they weren't in the hold-up. We trusted those cats and we just got them out of jail because they were getting railroaded. Well, surer than shit, about a month later we got some information that P knew that the robbery was going to be pulled while David and I were in New York. We called him to a Central Committee meeting, and said, "Hey, man, look, we found out that you knew about this robbery, and that you didn't report it to the Deputy Chief of Staff. You were even the officer of the day then and you were supposed to report it in." "Well," he said, "I didn't know nothing about it, man, I didn't know nothing about it." Then he sold us the story, that he just didn't have enough time to get back and report it, that he was being negligent. We put him on working suspension for 1 month. Meanwhile, K and A were still in jail, and we refused to bail them out. The faction, some of them were still hanging around inside the party, said, "You should bail them out." They didn't like it at all when we refused. We told K's wife that she didn't have to worry about anything, as long as she was working in the party, but that if she wanted K out, she'd have to hustle the money herself. The next thing that P was involved in was around that coloring book situation. It's very important because there was testimony at the McClellan Committee hearing against the party about this. The coloring book situation started way back in November 1968. That coloring book was drawn by a cat in Sacramento, an artist, who had black racist ideas. We tried to educate the brothers who had real narrow-minded cultural nationalist ideas which breed black racist thoughts, so we told him to start trying to do some kind of art that depicts the true revolutionary program. He went to Sacramento and did some drawings that he wanted to make up into a coloring book. He periodically brought back what he'd finished to the party office. I would tell him, "Look, brother, you're showing a Black Panther with all muscles, every picture you draw. The Black Panthers all look like Supermen, all muscle-bound, and everything. We're not Supermen, we don't profess to be Supermen. We're just human beings and people like everybody else. Some of us are short. Some of the chicks are fine, but all of us are not what we call pretty. Some of us are skinny, and some of us are fat. Some of us do have muscles, but we're not all that way." I told him, "This coloring book you drew, it's got too many racist overtones. Another thing. You show a panther shooting a cop. What you're showing is something without the political context, the reason why the panther would shoot a cop. You've got to show the panther defending himself from the unjust attacks by the cop. Now, if you show a black man being brutalized and unjustly attacked, and a panther coming out of his door with a gun to help defend that black brother from that unlawful attack by that cop or something like that, then you're showing the political context and showing the right of black men to defend themselves. That's what you have to do. You know what I mean." I ran all this stuff down, and this cat took it back to work on it. In November, he finished and brought it down to the Central Committee meeting one Sunday. But it was still all wrong, and I told him, "No, man. This book doesn't show enough political content, man. It's got too much of the black racist overtones. You have to learn the party's revolutionary principles, and once you see the principles, you'll be able to draw like Emery, because Emery can give political content and meaning to the way he draws." Well, I guess he loved his art, and liked the book the way it was. He had 25 of those books printed up in Sacramento and had brought them down to the office. Then he got someone working in the mimeograph room to print more of them up. We stopped him, and said, "No, man, don't print any more of these books, man. The books aren't right. You know what I mean. Let's make another coloring book that shows more the revolutionary political content." Sometime around January of 1969, after K was kicked out of the party, he went and printed up 1,000 more of those books. The little factionalizing schism group that P was running took the books and distributed them behind the scenes, against the orders of Central Committee. We didn't even suspect till a month after the robbery that something was wrong with P. We heard, after we wouldn't bail out K and A, that the factionalizing group was talking about, "The party ain't right. The party ain't doing right." We just thought they were a little group of dudes, acting the fool, and we said, "Man, later for them dudes." Then we found out from one person that P seemed to be the leader of it. His function was to be the advocate among this little group of cats who related more to black racism than to the party's program. During the month that P was on suspension, he came down every day and worked in the office steadily for about 3 weeks. Then one day he walked into the office with somebody that no one had ever seen before. Now, we've got a little sign posted, "Nobody but authorized personnel beyond this point. You can come into the front section of the national headquarters office, but you can't go roaming all through the back unless you're a member of the party. We figured that the cops would send agents provocateurs in to plant weed or something on us in the back room, or we figured that they might come in and plant a bomb in a briefcase, and leave it there to blow us up. That's why we don't let everybody walk back through the offices. Unauthorized people stay in the front section of the office, where the officer of the day, and all the brothers and sisters working in there can watch them. P brought this cat all through the back. June and David happened to spot him. David told me later on that evening, "Man, P brought some dude I ain't never seen, showing him our machines and stuff. There's a $2,500 machine, an electric stencil machine, a $450 mimeograph machine, our tape recorders, and other equipment back there." David said. June stopped him and asked him, who is the heck did he think he was bringing strangers all in the back, showing the party's equipment and carrying on? And P said, "Well, man, this brother here wanted to get in the party, and I was just showing him around the place here." "Wait a minute, man, wait a minute," June said. "You can't bring anybody back here. The man isn't in the party, and don't be doing that. You know you're wrong. Furthermore, I'm going to report you to the Central Committee." At the Central Committee meeting, David told P, "I heard about you over there, running around with this old bunch of jackanapes, and cats who are relating to that black racism and perpetuating that crap. So, the best thing you can do is get on away from this party. Get on away and don't even come around the party office anymore, because it seems to me that maybe you're the one who's been getting people to steal other stuff out of our office when we're not here at night. 2.357 Magnums have been stolen and a couple more machines and tape recorders are missing." David ran it down. "So, you come around here showing people that stuff. I've been on the block long enough to know a hood and a thug when I see one, and if a fool like you who was in the party is going to run around and deal with cats like that, and isn't gonna send him through the proper channels of the party, it seems to me that you're the one that's pulling all this stuff. You also got that factionalizing group over there. Get away from this party and stay away and don't even come back here no more." That's the way it was. The next thing we heard was that some chick in that group tried to hold up a Wells Fargo bank with an M1 rifle. She went in the Wells Fargo bank, the cops were waiting for her, and she got arrested. The job was set up by P. Well, we still weren't sure that P was a righteous CIA agent provocateur. But we knew he was doing something wrong, and all suspicion was pointed toward him. Then P got 4 or 5 other ex-Panthers and went up north to Seattle to try to sway the Seattle branch against the national headquarters. They got up there and it came out in the papers that they had been busted for possession of hashish. Then they all got cut loose. We didn't dig the fact that they got busted up there, and then were automatically let off. There's something sneaky about it, and it's tied into the fact that they were trying to split the Seattle branch. Well, with all this information, and knowing that P was leading this stuff, we went back and figured out a few things. For instance, there was an article he got into the party newspaper accusing Mark Comfort of working with the police in Oakland. The article said that the police department downtown had given them permission to carry guns, but we found out later that Mark Comfort had organized a program where some of his boys were to protect the black businessmen in the black community and guard their places. Apparently owners of stores who hire people to guard them can authorize these persons to have guns. P wanted us to publicize the fact that Comfort was working with the cops in the paper, but we said, no, not till we get all the facts. But in the next issue of the paper the article appeared, under the pseudonym SIP. Nobody gave authorization to put that article in the paper. We found out that P rushed over to the layout room right before the deadline and said that we told him to put the article in there, which we hadn't. After the article appeared, Mark Comfort and his group got so many phone calls and the people were so down on them, talking about how they were pigs, that it really destroyed them. It was a means by which P was actually moving to try to get an organization in another part of town fighting and bickering with the party to cause disunity. So this was the next thing that pointed out P to be an agent provocateur in the Black Panther Party. The clear exposure of P involved a black cat who was never really in the party but who for months came around and hung around the front office. He floated around town. Well, 3 doors down from the party's office he got into an argument with someone inside the little barber shop. Somebody shot this cat right there in front of the barber shop. Killed him dead. Sunday morning, the next day, P called a press conference with a small group of other jackanapes and renegades, and he sounded just like J. Edgar Hoover. He said that this dead guy was his brother, that they had both been kicked out of the Black Panther Party, and that the party had killed this guy and were going to kill him. All this was an outright bold-faced lie. Now what this did was to spread all over the country the lie that we shoot and kill Black Panther Party members. From all my speculation, this stuff is all connected to that frame up on me and the other brothers in New Haven, Connecticut. The final thing that really showed P to be an agent provocateur was when the grand jury investigations came down. Who do you suppose comes walking in to testify, escorted by the FBI through the back doors? P, who was still trying to pose like he's just somebody, trying to cover up the fact that he's an agent provocateur. He sat there saying that he'd been in the party, and told them a bunch of lies about the party. The pigs then used this in the press to try to distort the people's understanding about the party. Stuff about the coloring book came up in testimony at the McClellan Committee hearings. The national press really used this testimony to try to destroy the party. They said, the Black Panther Party has now kicked the book out of the Breakfast for Children program, and tried to say that it was because of the Senate investigation. They hardly mentioned the real facts which we ran down in a press conference. The jackanapes, led by P on the side, were running around spreading the coloring books. What P had them do, is when the kids would leave Breakfast for Children, they would find the kids, give them a book and say, "I'm a Black Panther." So they staged all this stuff to move to try to destroy the party politically, and to try to destroy the party's Breakfast for Children program. Right around the time of the Senate investigations, A sent a letter to Charlie Gary. In this letter he said that he had gotten mixed up with the wrong group, and that agents provocateurs and other cats were the ones who were doing wrong to the party, and lying about it. He said that he'd been asked to testify before the McClellan Committee and had refused. A got 5 to life in jail. The purge that we started in the party came after all these provocateur operations by P and others that we didn't know about. After this happened, we stopped letting members into the party. This enabled us to spot the agents provocateurs better, because we could see who was doing work, who wasn't doing work, and who was messing things up. By not letting anybody else in, we cut down on the confusion caused by the constant influx of people. Over 1,000 people from around the country have been expelled from the party. These people are opportunists, jackanapes, renegades, agents, and other kinds who just refuse to understand that we subordinate ourselves to the people by serving the people. We print the pictures of people we expel from the party in the Black Panther paper. We also print the reasons why they were expelled, so as to explain things to the people. A lot of people will run around and say they're Panther Party members, when they're not. These people will do all kinds of crazy things like intimidating people, romping and running in the streets, and acting like fools. They give the party a bad name. If someone who is actually a Black Panther Party member is cussing people out or intimidating people or something like that, then we hope those people are reported to the Black Panther Party. They won't be in the party long, because we'll expel them, and expose them for exactly what they are. Generally we keep the party very well disciplined. Party members respect the people in the community, and work to serve the people in the community. At the same time they stand ready to defend the party and the community from the cops who attack us. The key thing to holding the party together has been real political education and respect for the people. This is something for which Brother David deserves a lot of credit. Brother Ray Messiah Hewitt has been able to give party members a broad perspective. The work on the part of the party members can't be matched by the average organization in the black community. The dedication that the party members have, is something that's above opportunism, above selfishness, and above sloth, and not caring about people. This is because party members care about the survival of black people, even at the risk of being made political prisoners, or getting killed and murdered by the fascist cops, or being forced into exile. Here are the rules as they appear each week in the Black Panther Party were violated. Rules of the Black Panther Party. National Headquarters. Berkeley, California. Every member of the Black Panther Party throughout this country of racist America must abide by these rules as functional members of this party. Central Committee members, central staffs, and local staffs, including all captains subordinate to either national, state, or local leadership of the Black Panther Party will enforce these rules. Length of suspension or other disciplinary action necessary for violation of these rules will depend on national decisions by national, state or state area, and local committees and staffs where said rule or rules of the Black Panther Party were violated. Every member of the party must know these verbatim by heart and apply them daily. Each member must report any violation of these rules to their leadership or they are counter-revolutionary and are also subjected to suspension by the Black Panther Party. The rules are: 1. No party member can have narcotics or weed in his possession while doing party work. 2. Any party member found shooting narcotics will be expelled from this party. 3. No party member can be drunk while doing daily party work. 4. No party member will violate rules relating to office work, general meetings of the Black Panther Party, and meetings of the Black Panther Party anywhere. 5. No party member will use, point, or fire a weapon of any kind unnecessarily or accidentally at anyone. 6. No party member can join any other army force other than the Black Liberation Army. 7. No party member can have a weapon in his possession while drunk or loaded off narcotics or weed. 8. No party member will commit any crimes against other party members or black people at all, and cannot steal or take from the people, not even a needle or a piece of thread. 9. When arrested, Black Panther members will give only name, address, and will sign nothing. Legal first aid must be understood by all party members. 10. The 10-point program and platform of the Black Panther Party must be known and understood by each party member. 11. Party communications must be national and local. 12. The 10-point program should be known by all members and also understood by all members. 13. All finance officers will operate under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Finance. 14. Each person will submit a report of daily work. 15. Each subsection leader, section leader, lieutenant, and captain must submit daily reports of work. 16. All Panthers must learn to operate and service weapons correctly. 17. All leadership personnel who expel a member must submit this information to the editor of the newspaper, so that it will be published in the paper and will be known by all chapters and branches. 18. Political education classes are mandatory for general membership. 19. Only office personnel assigned to respective offices each day should be there. All others are to sell papers and do political work out in the community, including captains, section leaders, etc. 20. Communications, all chapters must submit weekly reports in writing to the national headquarters. 21. All branches must implement first aid and/or medical cotters. 22. All chapters, branches, and components of the Black Panther Party must submit a monthly financial report to the Ministry of Finance, and also the Central Committee. 23. Everyone in a leadership position must read no less than 2 hours per day to keep abreast of the changing political situation. 24. No chapter or branch shall accept grants, poverty funds, money, or any other aid from any government agency without contacting the national headquarters. 25. All chapters must adhere to the policy and the ideology laid down by the Central Committee of the Black Panther Party. 26. All branches must submit weekly reports in writing to their respective chapters. Women and the Black Panther Party. In the Black Panther Party, we understand that male chauvinism is directly related to the class society. In order to explain how the party deals with male chauvinism, I want to point out how the party thinks and how the party understands things. The ideology of the party is the whole historical experience of black people in America, the experience of all the social evils that have trampled on our heads and caused us to be oppressed. This historical experience of black people, translated through Marxism-Leninism, is really the ideology of the Black Panther Party. The history of the party is a process of putting into practice the basic revolutionary principles that we've acquired. And these principles not only relate to the economic and social evils, but they're also caught up in the economic and social evils in the system that oppress black people. These social evils are created and maintained by this capitalistic government, which is infested with a lot of ruling class elite, greedy businessmen, and demagogic politicians. In the party itself there has always been, on the part of party members, the same kind of progressive, changing experience, in terms of being one with the people. We need to establish a system based on the goal of absolute equality, of all people, and this must be established on the principle of from each and every person, both male and female, according to their ability, and to each and every person, both male and female, according to their needs. We see establishing socialism in the society as a means by which we begin to remove the oppressive social obstacles, and hope to build a society where someday a man and a woman can relate to each other totally on the basis of natural attraction. When we study other societies, we see that there is a consistently changing culture that exists among these people in poverty, and their economic, political, and social situation is directly related to our everyday lives. When Eldridge and Huey and the party as a whole move to get rid of male chauvinism, we're moving on that principle of absolute equality between male and female, because male chauvinism is related to the very class nature of this society as it exists today. And even in the party there are relationships between male and female that have to be ironed out to a level where it makes some sense. The party is working very hard and fast to break down male chauvinism. At the same time that we are moving on this matter in relation to the community, we are also moving and changing in relation to ourselves. There are some fine sisters in the party, Kathy, Marcia, and some others, who were walking in front of a little barber shop, 2 doors down from the national headquarters in Berkeley. It's a shop where a lot of brothers, many of whom have just recently come out of the joint, go to get processes on their heads. Some of these brothers call themselves pimps, and you can figure that some of them, at one point or another, are pushing weed or something, the type of activities that black men are driven to, trying to live. These brothers are playing their old game, saying to each other, "Man, I know I can rap to one of the Panther sisters and take all of those chicks away from all of the cats over there in the Panther office." Now this is an old game that's related to male chauvinism, to the brother dominating the sister. What that's related to, as Malcolm X put it one time, is that the president is the biggest pimp in the country. And this pimping the sister on the block is related to the continued existence of a class system. It's cross-related to the economic problems in the black community where the male is put into a position where he can't really be the breadwinner for the home. So when the sisters walked in front of the little barber shop, I noticed some brothers were huddled among each other, speculating on the Panther sisters. They tried to rap to Marcia and a couple of other sisters, and Marcia set them straight. She said, "Look, brother, you're getting none of this. You don't use this on the streets, either. The only way you can get close to me is to get hip to some of the real ideology of the Black Panther Party." Then another sister said, "Yeah. If you want to get next to us, why don't you check out the Red Book?" Well, those brothers were a little shocked. Then the other brothers inside the place started laughing at the brothers outside. Well, this got off with the brothers. It seemed like the whole barber shop got upset, not in an antagonistic manner, but wanting to know what it was that didn't allow these sisters to go for that old pimp game. Naturally their speculation was that the sisters made love to us, and therefore they agreed with our rap. What they didn't understand, is that you can't define it in terms of what kind of rap is going down, that it was the ideology of the party that was helping to bring us out of that very same kind of thinking. So their curiosity was aroused, and the brothers tried rapping with some of the other sisters, and got the same answers. The next thing I knew, all those brothers had come over to the party headquarters, 25 or 30 of them, to buy some Panther literature and some red books. They stopped talking and started listening. And the sisters laid the revolutionary ideology right on them. We had tried for a long time, in a lot of ways, to get these brothers motivated, but it took some sisters with a new and respectful way of looking at themselves, to bring these brothers in. Down in LA, over a year ago, Brother Bunchy Carter had put up 6 offices in the black community, which attracted hundreds and hundreds of members. Now not all of them, but some, were coming around the party office with wine in their heads. When Bunchy went down to one of the offices, he'd catch them walking up to the door. They were supposed to have been there at 10, but were coming along at noon or later. Bunchy used to call them the drunk for lunch bunch. Bunchy would say, "Who do you think you are? Don't you know that these fascist pigs are here to murder us, and don't you know that we are surrounded by imperialistic wolves who murder and kill and commit genocide against black people? And here you fools come up late and drunk for lunch. What's wrong with you?" So Bunchy, trying to cross-relate our principles on the level of our everyday lives, asked all the sisters to turn a cold shoulder to all these fools who came around late, and the ones who didn't do any work. The Minister of Defense, Bunchy explained, is going to start kicking them all out, and I'm going to start kicking them out right now. Will you sisters help the party? These cats aren't doing any revolutionary work, but are wanting to go to bed with you, talking about how much they love you. But they must not love you very much at all, because they aren't doing revolutionary work so you can be free. Well, the sister dug that. Bunchy had to expel a few of the sisters and brothers who were lazy and just didn't want to do the work in the office and the community that is necessary to run a chapter of the Black Panther Party. But mostly, they straightened up and got down to work. Originally, we had established rank in the Black Panther Party, according to the political work and political duties of each member. A captain was generally a coordinator, that was his political duty. We judged a person on whether or not he took responsibility, because one of the party's principles is that you can delegate authority but you cannot delegate responsibility. Lieutenants were security people and sergeants were section leaders. Corporals were subsection leaders. A regular Panther with no special rank was one who was out of training, and a buck private was a Panther in training. Privates were Panthers who had completed the training, which was 6 weeks of party political education classes. We had originally structured this, all the way up to the assistant central staff, with the chief of staff. But very soon we discovered that we were running into some problems with this system. For instance, in some office back east, a brother had been made the deputy minister of health, and didn't even know how to put on a bandage. We had to straighten that out right away, and show chapters they shouldn't give people a certain rank just to fill out a spot. Finally we just dropped this system, and stopped relating to rank altogether. But these problems are related to how some brothers, not all but some, had a tendency to misuse the rank concept, in relation to the sisters. We found that, every once in a while, you'd get a brother calling a sister counter-revolutionary. And the sisters were getting mad about that because it seemed to be related only to the fact that the sisters didn't want to sleep with the brother. In other words, a brother would try to get next to a sister, and when the sister didn't dig him, he'd run around saying she was counter-revolutionary. Some of the brothers said erroneous things, like, "I'm in the streets and I have to defend you." Some would say, "I'm a captain, so it's your duty to give in to me." We broke this stuff up right away, and placed it forth that brothers who were captains or any other rank couldn't be using their rank just to go to bed with a sister. At the same time, it didn't go just one way. A few of the sisters had a tendency to go along with this. Finally 1 or 2 of them began to speak out, and we definitely got rid of this particular kind of male chauvinism. The main thing the brothers had to understand was that no one had any right to speak of a sister as counter-revolutionary on any personal basis, or to say that he had to defend her. The way we see it, the sister is also a revolutionary, and she has to be able to defend herself, just like we do. She has to learn to shoot, just like we do. Because the pigs in the system don't care that she's a sister, they brutalize her just the same. I think that since the pig structure has been trying to kill Erica Muggins, brothers have begun to see that the sisters can get arrested, too, just the same as the brothers. I know that the community can see this in the recent shootout in LA, where the sisters were in there too, battling, defending just as hard as the brothers. A lot of the brothers in the black community who only think of the sisters as secondary, brothers who are pimping sisters and think that this is the way life has to be, have begun to see that the examples that are being set by the Black Panther Party are more progressive. They see us winning on a higher level and treating the sisters on an equal level. The brothers in the community see that sisters don't want to oppress us, what they really want is equality. They want to be treated like human beings. And we've found that the sisters work better in the party when they're treated in this way. If a sister's in charge and taking responsibility to do something, the brothers follow her orders. They don't say, "I ain't going to listen to no woman." We did have problems of that sort until we politically educated some of them, and we finally all had to purge our hearts, and, as Eldridge says, purge our souls and purge our minds in relation to the old environmental conditioning. So with this attitude, the sisters related to the brothers even more, not on the basis of who's the cutest and who's the handsomest. Personal relations now are based more on knowing people personally and humanly, on people coming and working together and functioning in the party. Now when men and women meet each other, their relation comes out of common interests, common goals, to function in the party as revolutionaries. There was an incident that happened when this kind of change was just beginning to take place. My wife and I had just moved to one of the Panther houses in Berkeley. There were 3 other bedrooms in the house and some party members from out of town were staying there. One of these brothers had been working closely with a particular sister for several days, living and working there at the house. He really liked the sister and she kind of dug him too. So one night, after my wife and I had gone to bed, there came a knock on our door. "Chairman Bobby." The sister called. I said, "Yes. Can I ask you a question?" "Sure," I said. I got up, put on my pants and walked out. "What is it?" I asked her. She said, "If a brother doesn't know the 10-point platform and program, I shouldn't give him any, should I?" I said, "Well, wait a minute, now. Do you like the cat?" "Yeah," she said, "I dig him, but I'm not going to give him any unless he knows the 10-point platform and program." "What are you trying to do?" We got in bed, you see, and I asked him if he knew the 10-point platform and program. He said he did, so I sat there drilling him, and he missed about 10 words. He didn't say it exactly. I didn't smile. This was serious to the sister, and because of that it was serious to me too. So, without making any male chauvinistic statements, I just said, not all the brothers are going to be able to know it exactly, word for word. But they might be able to know in a general sense what they're about. Maybe the brother explains it in his own words. She said, "Well, I thought that everybody in the party should know the 10-point platform and program by heart." "No," I explained, "not necessarily. What we meant when we said that every party member had to know the 10-point platform and program by heart was, that we put high responsibility on you to really study it and understand it. But what if you knew all the words just right, and still didn't understand the meaning of it? Would that do any good?" She shook her head. "Well," I went on, "if you could say the platform and the program in your own words, and what it was all about, each one of the 10 points, of what we want and believe, why that's even better. Your own words are more related to your everyday life, and would have more meaning to you. So if the brother doesn't know the words just exactly, that doesn't mean he doesn't know the platform." "But don't you like the cat?" I asked her. "Sure," she said. I like him lots, and I really want to make love to him. But I'm not going to trump over the party's ideology. Well, I explained, some of the brothers learn slowly, you know. And they know making love a lot better than anything else. Now while I was explaining this to the sister, the brother had grabbed up a pillow and blanket to go downstairs. He said, I'm going to find a sister in the party I dig who doesn't know the program any better than I do, and we're going to have some real equality. In a way, of course, this was all funny to me, but the sister was very serious. She didn't want him to just run on over her and not pay attention to the things that were important to her. But the sister that night called the brother back upstairs and told him she understood things a little differently and she really did care about him. This is one example of the kinds of things that happened between people in the party when we began to deal with the issue of male chauvinism. There was another incident that took place during the conference last summer that was important. People came from all over the country to attend the National Committee to Combat Fascism conference, and every Panther house in the Bay Area was crowded way past capacity. People were sleeping on the floors on pallets, in sleeping bags, on couches and beds, and even in the hallways. Over at Eldridge Cleaver's house, all the bedrooms were occupied, and people were sleeping down on the living room and dining room floors. One of the sisters sent in a complaint to party headquarters saying that a brother had attempted to rape her. As we investigated this, it turned out that the brother had come into the room and had gotten into the bed where she was sleeping in her clothes. It wasn't uncommon when it was as crowded as that, for a brother and sister to sleep next to each other. And she told him it was okay to sleep there. Well, it seems that he got sexually aroused from sleeping so close to her, and tried to get a little too close. But she pushed him away from her, and he simply quit trying. So we pointed out that since she had been able to just push him away, this wasn't really attempted rape. And she realized that it wasn't. These are the kind of problems we come up with, and still do. We try to get rid of these petty problems. We try to teach the brothers and sisters the basic party principles, and how to use these principles to relate to each other. The problems between the brothers and sisters relate to past conditioning. In a situation where a brother and sister are lying beside each other, past social conditioning has taught that brother that he can use force on the sister, and take her without caring about her feelings in the matter. Now the brother must learn that he has no right to use any kind of force on that sister, and she must watch herself for her own attitude, and not see everything he's doing as force, because that's the kind of conditioning she's had. We had to make more rules in the party because a number of similar incidents came up. One of those rules was that the brothers had better not use any force on any sister in the party. It hasn't been all smooth and easy, getting these rules across. A year and a half ago, when this started, it even got to the point where a sister was hit by a brother. She fell back and her heel was cut by a piece of glass that broke when she fell on it. It was a struggle to stop this kind of thing. Where the sister was previously regulated to typing and cooking and stuff like this, we broke up those roles in the party. That was a struggle, too. We even had to deal with the way brothers talk to sisters, because every once in a while we'd catch a brother talking to a sister in such a harsh manner that it really scared her, enough so she'd do anything he said. The sister brought these complaints up, and we told the brothers, we're tired of that. We're not going to have that in the party. We're not going to have any kind of messing over these sisters. I think that the sisters began to respect the party much more for these things, seeing that the brothers wanted to treat them as human beings, and not as necessarily subordinate to us. All these incidents and problems are cross-related to the economic system in our society, the fact that a black man can't get a job. These oppressive obstacles have to be removed, or they'll perpetuate themselves. Economic obstacles cause black men to commit crimes, especially around Christmas time. Many a black man who doesn't ordinarily commit crimes will go out and rob a gas station or a bus to get the money to buy his family the things the rest of the society has taught them to want. Many of the brothers just give up and leave their families. Because of this rotten system, a lot of young brothers grow up not wanting to get married. They want to be pimps and subordinate the sister. In our party, the sister is not told to stay home. If she's got a job, they take all the babies over to one house and one person, male or female, takes care of them all. We do that quite often, for the sisters who have children. Then of course there's the liberation school, which brothers and sisters run, and sisters have to learn to shoot just as well as brothers. It works both ways, too. For instance, one sister didn't want to teach Charles Bercy shorthand and typing, because she felt that it was improper. Well, she learned brothers can be secretaries. 2. These principles come from Huey. Huey has always talked about the fact that he believed in equality for men and women. You'll find some women's organizations that are working strictly in the capitalist system, and talking about equality under the capitalist system. But the very nature of the capitalistic system is to exploit and enslave people, all people. So we have to progress to a level of socialism to solve these problems. We have to live socialism. So where there's a Panther house, we try to live it. When there's cooking to be done, both brothers and sisters cook. Both wash the dishes. The sisters don't just serve and wait on the brothers. A lot of black nationalist organizations have the idea of regulating women to the role of serving their men, and they relate this to black manhood. But a real manhood is based on humanism, and it's not based on any form of oppression. Off the pig, motherfucker, and other terms. Off the pig means to kill the slave master. It doesn't mean commit murder. Some of the brothers in the party made up a song, "There's a pig upon the hill / if you don't get the Panthers will." But first one must understand what a pig is: police, bigots, and fascists. The Black Panther Party started the term. A pig is an ill-natured beast who has no respect for law and order, a foul traducer who's usually found masquerading as a victim on an unprovoked attack. This definition was printed in the second issue of the Black Panther Party's newspaper in May of 1967. If you read it closely, you'll see what is really meant by pig. The police are generally referred to as such. But racist bigots and sadistic fascists who help maintain the oppression of any people are considered pigs. It is best understood when we look at the history of the KKK and Hitler's Gestapo. Huey said, just before we went to press with the second issue of the newspaper, we have to have some terms that adequately define the police and fascist bigots who commit murder, brutalize, and violate people's constitutional rights. I told him he already called those who actually do this fascists and swine. Huey said, yeah, but black people aren't picking it up. It's not simple enough so they'll understand it. Children, teenagers, and older people, everybody. Then Huey, walking around the room thinking, said, swine. Pig. Swine, and Eldridge sat down at the typewriter and typed out the definition. He gave it to Huey. Huey said, yeah. Emery had a drawing of a pig. We put it on the front page and wrote under it, "Support your local police," a Birchite slogan which is also supported by white citizen, white racist, so-called patriotic organizations. Numerous reports at this time in 1967 had appeared on how the police department had been hiring Birchites, KKK members, and other white racists. It was later taken out of the news. But police departments had doubled and tripled across this country, especially where black and other poor oppressed peoples live in large numbers. Murder and police brutality had been going on for hundreds of years, but unjust treatment and slaughter of black people by racists and police, which weren't reported by the press much at all, had taken on a new high in the last 10 years. We knew that this was the working and organizing of a more overt police state right here in America, and now, today, 3 years since the party was organized, in many cities, especially Los Angeles, San Francisco, Chicago, New York, and other places, police departments have been quadrupled by the hiring of many sadistic, warp-minded blacks. There are a few good policemen, black and white. but the majority are sadistic and racist and do not respect the constitutional rights of the people whatsoever. They actually believe in brutality, terrorizing, intimidating, and outright murder, and too many times come up acting and masquerading like a victim of an unprovoked attack. Huey said, this defining of the police as pigs will hopefully make some of them think, and oppose what the racists in the police departments are unjustly doing. It will spread to millions and millions of people who know that the cops are pigs and will hopefully generate some political movement for real community control of the police. The police departments are acting like the old German Gestapo who called the world swine, which is the same as pig. The racists in this country are exactly that by the definition you have typed out, Eldridge. Pigs, 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 Huey said. If the people go forth using their constitutional rights to vote them out and make a real people's police force, and then, if the rotten politicians don't respect the right of the people's vote and use their guns like Hitler did, then they are officializing themselves as Gestapo and are oinking in the face of the people. Guerrilla warfare will have to be used then by the masses of the people. But we have to defend ourselves now. So when and if the police officialize themselves as Gestapo, off the pig. Right now, if they unjustly attack us, off the pig, because we have a human right to defend ourselves, and the people must learn now that they must also defend themselves against unjust, brutal, murderous pig attacks. Eldridge, Huey, and I checked out Emery's layout of the pig for the front cover and said, right on, Emery. That's together. A low-life pig, a foul traducer, Eldridge said, who's usually found masquerading as a victim of unprovoked attack. We were very enthusiastic about getting the paper off the press and into the streets. This will begin to let the people know how the black community sees the police who occupy our communities like a foreign troop and violate the people's constitutional rights, Huey said. Eldridge said, man, these pigs are going to shoot us down on sight when this paper hits the street and they see this. But it's the right to freedom of the press and free speech that we're exercising to educate the people as to what's really happening and what must be changed. Huey said. So if they attack us or try to kill us for this, we'll defend ourselves. We'll off any pig who attacks us. Eldridge said, Emery, you've got to do some art to show the people what to do in defending ourselves with guns and what to do in the future, because I believe from here on in it's going to be nothing but a fascist police state, even more so than it is now. Also, Huey said, the people have got to know that we don't believe in murder but only self-defense in the future and in the present. They must understand that self-defense goes beyond just defending ourselves with guns, but that political organizing and implementing the 10-point platform and program are the real political, economic, and social means of defending ourselves. So the people have got to see some things that relate concretely to their problems, and the gun has got to be seen as a proper tool in defending ourselves when we, the masses, organize revolutionary programs for self-determination and survival. I said, yeah, you know, Malcolm X said we had to deal with the basic and political and economic necessities for our people, also. Huey said, and the gun, Malcolm said, was for self-defense since the government won't do its job. We stand on Malcolm X's principle. Malcolm had said, we should be peaceful, law-abiding, but the time has come to fight back in self-defense whenever and wherever is being unjustly and unlawfully attacked. If the government thinks I am wrong for saying this, then let the government start doing its job. Malcolm's many speeches clearly told Americans that we must make up for past inequities. And people must understand in the language of the ghetto what off the pig means. Off the pig started being used widely when the people, black and white, were all demonstrating at the trial of Brother Huey P. Newton. It meant essentially, don't execute Huey, don't try to put him in the gas chamber. Put the pig in the gas chamber for murdering black people. We also wanted community control of police. Well, patrol ourselves, we said. So at the demonstrations during Huey's trial there was a song, no more pigs in our community / off the pig / it's time to pick up the gun. Motherfucker and motherfucker, motherfucker is a very common expression nowadays. Eldridge ran it down to me once after a number of people got upset over this vernacular of the ghetto. Eldridge said, "I've seen and heard brothers use the word 4 and 5 times in one sentence, and each time the word had a different meaning and expression. Motherfucker actually comes from the old slave system and was a reference to the slave master who raped our mothers, which society today doesn't want to face as a fact. But today, check the following sentence. Man, let me tell you. This motherfucker here went down there with his motherfucking gun, knocked down the motherfucking door and blew this motherfucker's brains out. This shit is getting to be a motherfucker." With the rising consciousness of black people learning about black history in general, many black youth have a tendency to say in reference to a person they may dislike, "the dirty mother." Dropping the fucker part. But historically black men know black women have been oppressed, and when we use the word we don't mean that a man has had sexual relations with his mother. This never enters into a black brother's mind. But it can be said in anger to mean just that, and the sayer knows it is completely from the truth, referring to the white exploiters and slavers in history. Today, one can use the word to refer to a friend or someone he respects for doing things he never thought could be done by a black man. In the past, the white man has always been the one who has done fantastic things. Raping our mothers was fantastically derogatory. Well, it's kind of a real complimentary statement to a brother or even a sister when one vicariously relates to someone who's black and pulls a fantastic feat. We will joyfully say, "Man, he's a motherfucker." The racism and oppression of black people, from history to this very day, has caused this word motherfucker to be part of the vernacular of the ghetto. White boys have picked it up from black people, but without the different meanings as they have developed up to the day. It so happens that the lumpen proletarian, the brother off the block who comes into the party, speaks this vernacular. But Huey was one not to use it much at all. He says people, especially the older people, won't listen to the real program of the party if we use street language. Eldridge says that if we have to use it in reference to the avaricious and demagogic politicians who oppress us, because when they murder a brother or sister, then it makes us mad at the racist. And use it in reference to sadistic pigs who at least need cursing out for what they are, oppressors, murderers, rapers of justice and peace in our society. I say that we shouldn't curse at all, although after I went into the U.S. Air Force for 4 years and was cursed out by instructors in basic training, I picked it up by being around G.I.S so much. I left the service cursing the military, and my mother resents it today. So, it's a tough habit to get rid of, being still oppressed, but a habit we must get rid of. Huey says that even when one of us gets murdered by the pigs, we must restrain and educate the people to the correct methods. I've been well criticized, as have Eldridge, David, and many other brothers. So, for the respect of the people, and our mothers, we're working to break the habit. Signifying, lying or putting someone down. Telling him lies about his friends or old lady. Trying to get him in trouble. Joe said you were a punk, but Joe never actually said anything. Vamp on, when a large group of police attack you and slash or your friends and close associates. In the party it directly refers to an unjust vicious attack, fascist in nature. It can also mean, on a lesser level, just being busted. But I've received many phone calls or messages such as the following: "The pigs vamped on the LA office." Nigger, this term is not generally used derogatorily by black people to each other. There are a few very sensitive black people with self-hate embedded in them, who resent it when brothers and sisters are in a general conversation and in a very laughing atmosphere and say, "Ha, ha, man. You niggers is crazy," or say, "Man, this nigger is out of sight." When we are disgusted with each other, we might say, "What's wrong with you niggers?" but we aren't offended by another brother's use in this context because the use is in the context of some criticism, and the criticism specifically is what we'll focus upon. College people and intellectuals have more self-hate, and they resent it most. White people use it to mean that we are backwards, stupid, innately lazy, all the derogatory connotations that can be associated with the term. Webster's dictionary never has given this term full meaning as it's colloquially used by both black and white people. Bull, prison guard or jail guard. In jail, when the guard come around, the prisoners say, "Here come the police." Or a brother will also say police real loud, in jail. This is subtle irony. When someone is in jail and calls for the police, he links the prison guards, the bailiffs, and the police together. But bull most specifically refers to the guard in prison who is circulating among the chickens. He thinks. The men resent the guard acting like he is the head rooster on the farm trying to fuck everybody. But we refer to them all as pigs when we become revolutionary. If the guard isn't trying to violate the prisoner's rights, he may be called police. If he's trying to violate your rights like he does a lot of prisoners, he's a bull. Field nigger, as opposed to house nigger. The slave in the field working was a good, hard-working black, a field nigger, and the slave in the master's house, a house nigger, was a no-good bastard or an Uncle Tom, and usually was more docile. He had an easy deal to lose if he didn't shuffle enough. Fire on, in a fight, someone strikes you or you strike them with your fist, you fire on them. Throw an iron, lifting weights. Knobs, shoes that are considered sharp. They're usually soft, alligator, and expensive. Pimp socks, thin men's dress nylon socks, with vertical patterns on them. Right on time. Black people used to say right on time a long time ago. It is a shortened form of identifying something that's said or done as really true and really right. Relates to something that's really correct and not negative. Deal with, take time to think about and work with a situation. To attempt to resolve a situation that's bad or negative, or just to go forth and complete something that needs to be done. Kill in the language of black community does not mean murder, but always comes as a reaction to someone or something that is about to unjustly attack the person or threatens to unjustly attack them. You always find the word kill in very defensive language on the part of blacks. Motherfucker, I'll kick your motherfucking ass or I'll beat your motherfucking brains in means more in terms of murder. Kill doesn't carry the same weight as kick your ass or beat your brains in. But I've said kill is generally used among blacks in a defensive manner, when a black person thinks that something wrong or unjust is going to be done to him or her. Jackanape, a fool who is busted for smoking pot while selling the Black Panther or who pulls holdups while he is a member of the Black Panther Party. He is not looked upon as malicious or as a traitor to the party. He is seen as someone who doesn't have enough discipline or brains to be in the party, although he means well. Party programs, serving the people. In 1969 the Black Panther Party tried to reach millions of people, both to organize resistance to fascism and to find out about, and receive service from, the basic community programs that we have already set up and will be setting up in the future. This is what we call a broad, massive, people's type of political machinery. It developed out of the rising tide of fascism in America, the rapid attempt on the part of the power structure to try to wipe out the Black Panther Party and other progressive organizations, and the use of more troops and more police forces to occupy our communities. The cops in Los Angeles and several other places have walked in on the free breakfast for children program to try to intimidate the children and the party. They come down there with their guns, they draw a gun or two, say a few words and walk all over the place, with shotguns in their hands. Then the little kids go home and say, "Mama, the police came into the Breakfast for Children program." This is the power structure's technique to try to destroy the program. It's an attempt to scare the people away from sending their children to the breakfast program and at the same time trying to intimidate the Black Panther Party. Meanwhile, through the politicians and the media they try to mislead the people about the value of such a program and the political nature of such a program. We say that we want that program, not just right now for some political purpose, we say that the program should survive right into the future for years and years. The party's community programs are the people's programs that we define as revolutionary, community, socialistic programs. A lot of people misunderstand the politics of these programs. Some people have a tendency to call them reform programs. They're not reform programs, they're actually revolutionary community programs. A revolutionary program is one set forth by revolutionaries, by those who want to change the existing system to a better system. A reform program is set up by the existing exploitative system as an appeasing handout, to fool the people and to keep them quiet. Examples of these programs are poverty programs, youth work programs, and things like that, which are set up by the present demagogic government. Generally they're set up to appease the people for a short period of time, and then are phased out and forgotten about. The objective of programs set forth by revolutionaries like the Black Panther Party is to educate the masses of the people to the politics of changing the system. The politics are related to people's needs, to a hungry stomach, or to getting rid of the vicious pigs with their revolvers and clubs. The revolutionary struggle becomes bloody when the pig power structure attacks organizations or groups of people who go forth with these programs. We started the Free Breakfast for Children program by asking businessmen in the black community and outside of it, to donate food and money. We also moved to get as many other people in the community as possible to work on these programs and take over running them. The programs are generally started off in churches. In one case we actually got a free breakfast for children going in the school itself, which was very, very good, because the school cafeteria facilities and everything were used. This was over in Marin County, north of San Francisco. We generally work out of churches because the churches all have facilities, like a large hall, a kitchen, tables and chairs, etc. Members of the party get up early in the morning, at 6 a.m. to get down and begin preparing the food, so when the kids start coming at 7 o'clock and 7:30, everything is ready. We also try to get as many people from the community to schedule themselves, for 1 or 2 days out of the week, to come in and work on the Breakfast for Children program. It has to be a very organized thing so that it's speedy and at the same time the children get good, wholesome breakfasts. There are millions of people in this country who are living below subsistence: welfare mothers, poor white people, Mexican Americans, Chicano peoples, Latinos, and black people. This type of program, if spread out, should readily relate to the needs of the people. Donations of food and money can be gotten from churches, stores, and companies. When the stores and milk companies don't donate, people should leaflet the community. Any particular chain food stores that can't donate a small percentage of its profits or 1 penny from every dollar it makes from the community. Breakfast for Children and other community programs should be boycotted. We don't ever threaten or anything like that, but we tell the people in the community that the businessman exploits them and makes thousands and thousands of dollars, and that he won't donate to a Breakfast for Children program that's actually tax deductible. This is exposing the power structure for what it is: the robbery of poor oppressed people by avaricious businessmen. Black, brown, and red people, and poor whites can all have the same basic program, and that means we're breaking down racism and focusing in on the power structure. Another program that we're setting up is free medicine and free medical care. We'll be setting those up in community centers. If we start off with nothing more than a doctor and his bag, and some aspirin, this is the beginning of a free health clinic, the beginning of free medicine for the people in the communities. We work to serve the people in the communities on a very practical level. Right in the Bay Area we have some 25 doctors and medical students who've pledged their time to be scheduled in different community centers that we're putting up, and this will be free of charge. We have free health clinics all over the country and we are putting more up, just as fast as the people can work with NCCF. In addition, Charles R. Gary is contacting a lot of lawyers who are opening their eyes and beginning to see that the black community needs more legal aid. So we're putting together free legal services, which will also be set up in the community centers. The poverty programs that have free legal service are always told that they can't get funds if they're at all political. That's done so they won't expose the power structure and the injustices of the system. They only handle civil cases. Our legal aid will handle both civil and criminal cases. Another thing we'll be doing is heavy voter registration. The purpose of this registration will be to get more black and poor people on the juries so we can really be tried in courts by juries of our peers. The D.A.S. will try to get all white racist juries, or maybe to put one jive Uncle Tom on them, but it'll be much harder if a lot of blacks are registered and are on the jury panel that they pick from. Black people have to understand the experience of serving on juries because black people are railroaded in these courts. Poor oppressed people are railroaded in courts because they don't have funds to obtain lawyers. A lot of the older people are frightened or allow themselves to be frightened away from being jury members, and a lot of black people move around so much that they don't bother to re-register. It's a real problem, but we've got to educate the people to the fact that they should be on the rolls for jury duty. Then we can begin to get some revolutionary justice. Right now the type of so-called justice that's being meted out to a majority of the poor oppressed people is the injustice of racism and capitalistic exploitation. The Black Panther Party has Black caucuses, Black Panther caucuses in a number of unions, and we definitely are working with the union people. We're not putting in Black Panther caucuses as racist groups. We're talking about a caucus that works in conjunction with the union to help educate the rest of the members of the union to the fact that they can have a better life, too. We want the workers to understand that they must control the means of production, and that they should begin to use their power to control the means of production to serve all the people. Workers have high taxes taken away from their wages, but they should begin to understand that they have to move not only for a 15 or 20% wage raise, because taxes have gone up, and not only for better working conditions, but also because they have to realize the need to use their working power for the benefit of all the other poor oppressed people. They should use their union power to create employment for more of the poor people throughout the country. We're advocating that workers begin to move to control the means of production by first demanding 30-hour work weeks with the same 40-hour pay. By doing this, they will automatically open up more jobs. These jobs can be filled by poor, unemployed people. This would be part of the program of educating the masses of the workers to be a political force against the three levels of oppression: the avaricious, big-time, greedy businessmen, the demagogic politicians who lie and use the unions, and also the fascist pig cops who have been used in the past and are used today to break up the workers' constitutional right to strike and redress their grievances. Employed or unemployed, workers must unite with each other and with the community. They should be registered voters, too, and serve on jury panels and circulate the community control of police petition, too. Another Black Panther Party program is the Liberation Schools. These schools are held in the afternoons, along with the free breakfasts and free lunches. They're held in churches and the community centers. We see the Liberation Schools as a supplement to the existing institutions, which still teach racism to children, both white and black. The youth have to understand that the revolutionary struggle in this country that's now being waged is not a race struggle but a class struggle. This is what the Liberation Schools are all about. We are working to show children that a person's skin color is not important, but in fact it's a class struggle against the avaricious businessman and the small ruling class who exploit us and perpetuate the racism that's rampant in our communities. When we teach Black American history, we teach it in terms of the class struggle, not in terms of a race struggle. In New York we also started a free clothing program. Black Panther Party members went out and asked businessmen to donate sets of clothes, for school children on up to teenagers. We tried to get brand new clothing, because black people are tired of hand-me-downs. Some of the clothing was very good clothing that people never came back and picked up from dry cleaners. We got all kinds of clothing together, but our primary objective was to get free clothing for the people by asking the businessmen to donate 2 complete changes of clothes for children. This is especially important before school begins in September and in midterm around January. When this free clothing program got kicked off, some 500 or 600 black people in Harlem, mothers and welfare people, came down and got the clothing for their kids. It takes a lot of work, and a lot of people donating time and funds to run these programs. The programs are not run by the fascist government at all. Naturally, these programs spread, and as they begin to reach more and more people, the party is moving closer and closer to implementing the 10-point platform and program of the Black Panther Party. When we have community socialistic programs such as these, and move them to a real level where people actually begin to receive help from them, it shows the people that by unity, by working and unifying around such programs, we can begin to end the oppressive conditions. The Black Panther Party is not stupid at all in understanding the politics of the situation. We understand that the avaricious, demagogic, ruling class will use racist police departments and mass media to distort the real objectives of the Black Panther Party. The more we're successful with the programs, the more we'll be attacked. We don't take guns with us to implement these programs, but we understand and know from our own history that we're going to be attacked, and that we have to be able to defend ourselves. They're going to attack us viciously and fascistically and try to say it was all justifiable homicide, in the same manner they've always attacked black people in the black communities. We also go forth to advocate the right to self-defense from unjust attacks by racists, fascist pigs. Even when the policemen come into our communities with guns and tanks and the National Guard, we have the right to self-defense. Brothers and sisters shouldn't riot in large numbers. They should work in small groups of 3, 4, and 5, to fight back when they attack our communities with tanks and start blasting buildings away and killing people. When they come and occupy our community and start killing people, those brothers running in 3s, 4s, and 5s are going to have to know how to stop those tanks and those guardsmen from brutalizing and killing and murdering us. We aren't hungry for violence, we don't want violence. Violence is ugly, guns are ugly. But we understand that there are two kinds of violence: the violence that is perpetrated against our people by the fascist aggression of the power structure, and self-defense, a form of violence used to defend ourselves from the unjust violence that's inflicted upon us. The power structure meets this violence upon the Black Panther Party because we've implemented programs that are actually exposing the government, and they're being implemented and put together by a revolutionary political party. The freeing of political prisoners is also on the program of the Black Panther Party, because we have now, at this writing, over 300 Black Panthers who have court cases that are pending. In addition, there have been hundreds of arrests, unjust arrests of party members, who were exercising their constitutional rights. We believe in exercising our constitutional rights of freedom of assembly, of freedom of the press, our constitutional right to bear arms, to be able to defend ourselves when attacked, and all the others. So we've been arrested. What has to be understood is that they intend to destroy our basic programs. This is very important to understand. The fact that they murder Black Panther Party members, conduct attacks and raids on our offices, arrest us and lie about us, is all an attempt to stop these basic programs that we're putting together in the community. The people learn from these programs because they're clear examples, and the power structure wants to stop that learning. We do not believe in the power structure controlling these programs, but we do believe in making the power structure admit that it has to change the system, because we, the people, united and together, can begin to change our conditions ourselves. We have to move with the power of the people, with the workers and the laboring masses of the people, to have control of the means of production and make the power structure step back. We're going to have to defend ourselves with guns because we know we're going to be attacked and we know they're going to attempt to make more political prisoners. Community control of police is the key. We've got to have community control of the police in every city where there exists police brutality, in every metropolis in America where Black people, Latin people, and Chinese people live in large numbers. In all these cities, and where there are progressive and liberal white people who are protesting, police forces have been doubled, tripled, and quadrupled, and fascist oppression has been meted out upon the heads of all of us. The workers too are attacked and threatened by police when they strike and protest over their conditions. Our community control of the police campaign is a petition drive. Registered voters will sign the petition and will vote into their city charters a new legal structure for the police department. The people will be voting in a law that says that all policemen who patrol the community must live in the community. They will be voting in a decentralized police department. We will have neighborhood divisions with neighborhood councils, who are duly elected in the particular neighborhoods. We'll have 2, 3, 4, and 5 police departments that work in conjunction together through the commissioners of particular neighborhood divisions, so there will not be a single police chief. These commissioners can be removed by the duly elected neighborhood councils. The 15-man neighborhood councils will be able to appoint and fire a commissioner, will be able to discipline police officers who are unjust, or who get out of hand, and will be able to set salaries and pay the police officers. The people throughout the city will control the police, rather than the power structure, the avaricious businessmen, and demagogic politicians who presently control them. The point of community control of police is that those people living in those neighborhoods will actually do the hiring and firing of the policemen who patrol that area, and those policemen will be people from those neighborhoods, black police for a black neighborhood, Chinese for a Chinese neighborhood, white for a white neighborhood, etc. The tax money which used to be given to the Central Police Department will be divided up among the neighborhood divisions. All the facilities, all the cars, all the equipment for the police that the city now owns, will be in the hands and in the control of the people in the community. Now when this begins to move, the pig power structure is gonna say, okay, you can have civilian review boards. But all that does is allow the same old fascist power structure to keep control of the police while you have a front civilian review board, and this is not what we're talking about at all. What we're talking about is righteous community control, where the people who control the police are elected by the people of the community. Those people who are elected have to live in the community. They can be removed by circulating petitions for re-elections if they go wrong. We know that such a program is very positive and necessity in order for the people to have power in this country and to stop the avaricious businessman from ruling us with guns and violating our constitutional rights. Everybody knows that they lied about the way they murdered brother Fred Hampton, and then tried to justify it. Mitchell, Agnew, and Nixon are running an operation to wipe out the Black Panther Party behind the scenes, when they send the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department in to investigate the slaying of brothers Fred Hampton and Mark Clark. We don't want them to investigate anything. We want the civilian and people's investigation to come forth. Thousands of people went into the brothers' apartment and investigated, and found out that it was outright murder, that there was no shootout, but the brothers in fact, were shot in their bedrooms while they slept. This is outright murder, this is outright fascism. The next attack was on the Los Angeles office, a few days later. Community control of police is where it's at. The only other choice is guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla warfare is going to exist if the power structure is not stopped with community control of the police. One of the reasons the people have to work on the community control of police campaign is to curtail civil war in America, because it's at that point right now. Community control of police is one of the most functional and most necessary programs to make all the other basic community programs work. Seize the time. The philosophy of the Black Panther Party is just beginning to be understood. In the future, the party will continue to be a political party and a revolutionary organization. The party's philosophy will be better understood when people see our objectives and the practical programs that we are setting forth and actually implementing. People who think the Black Panther Party is now destroyed have an erroneous view. The question always seems to arise because newsmen constantly ask, isn't the party destroyed now? As though some of them, not all of them, were wishing that this was so. This is the impression that newspaper headlines have tried to convey. People have seen or read about attacks on us, about people getting arrested, and brothers and sisters getting killed and murdered by the fascist cops and criminal agents working for the avaricious, demagogic, oppressive, capitalistic, exploiting, racist elite. From the very beginning, from May 2, 1967 when we went to the California state capitol in Sacramento, people have read many outright lies and false statements in the media about our party. The establishment press has said that we were hoodlums, thugs, and criminals. They have tried to gear people into thinking that sooner or later the Black Panther Party will be destroyed. But this is not the case at all. The truth is just the opposite. From the time we were erroneously arrested in Sacramento, the party's ideology has been constantly growing. The sufferings of the older generations, our mothers and fathers, and the historical experience of black people is being translated into a practicing, ongoing ideology for the Black Panther Party. Our ideology is to be constantly moving, doing, solving, and attacking the real problems and the oppressive conditions we live under, while educating the masses of the people. This is what we try to do, and this is how we move to make the basic political desires and needs of the people realized. In a Playboy interview in the fall of 1968, Eldridge Cleaver very profoundly and very concretely spoke about the kind of society we'd like to live in one day. Eldridge's concept of the future is very relevant to our lives today, as relevant as it will be in the future. It relates to what the economic situation is today, what oppression is, and to what the existence of fascism will mean if it is not stopped by the masses of the people, and by the rising up of youth, Afro-American youth, Chicano and Latino youth, poor white youth, American Indians and Asian American youth, and by progressive, liberal, and revolutionary white youth. The youth of America are the new. I'm 33 years old now, and Eldridge Cleaver is going on 35. You might have heard us say at one time that everybody over 30 was out of it. We knew at that time, of course, that Malcolm X was not out of it even though he was close to 40 years old. Malcolm was really into it. His ideas didn't freeze up on him at an early age, but unfortunately he was murdered. Huey P. Newton, the leader and Minister of Defense of the Black Panther Party, was only 24 years old when we formed the party, and Huey was only 19 when I first met him. Some of the things I spoke about in Huey's past happened to him before he was 19. We realize that the world will be changed and molded by the youth, because we know that today over half of the American people are under 25, and a larger percentage is under 30. The greatest danger facing young people right now is the coming of a fascist state, like the one described by George Orwell in 1984, where Big Brother is always watching you. In a few years, that book might be history. We must look into history and see it as being concretely related to the problems of today. In turn, we will find a lamp of truth by which we can guide our feet to oppose the fascist 1984 type state that's rapidly coming into power in this country. That is why the racists and the narrow-minded chauvinists do not want black people, Chicano people, Puerto Rican, Asian, and poor white people to study and know their own true history, because their history will tell the truth about America today. This is why our free health clinics, liberation schools, and our breakfast for children programs are so significant. They are a means to serve, educate, unify, and organize our people, to organize the youth, and let them know that in this time, in our time, we must seize our right to live, and we must seize our right to survive. The youth are a vast reservoir of revolutionary potential. The lumpen proletarian brothers on the block, the sisters, and everybody in the streets who are trying to make it, are part of this reservoir which one day will overflow and come forth like a wild, rushing stream. The desire and the need for a revolutionary movement is manifested in the people. The future of the Black Panther Party is the future of the people, and the youth is the future of the Black Panther Party. When Huey P. Newton put the Black Panther Party together and began to do something about the problems that existed, he was seizing the time. The Young Patriots, the Young Lords, Los Siete de la Raza, and many other radical and revolutionary groups are now beginning to seize the time and do something about the wretched conditions that exist, the poverty that exists, and the unjust wars that are waged in the world. The whole future must be directly related to what we, the people, want, not to the way the old fools, the backward ignoramuses want things to be. We must all start seeing ourselves beginning to seize the time. We must start coming forth with our energies, our thoughts, our intellects, and our abilities to begin to see what is right and what must be done, so the suffering will stop, and the phrase life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness begins to make some human sense. The Nixon-Agnew-Mitchell administration, hand in hand with the Reagans, the Daleys, the Hoffmans, the Carswells, Rockefellers, DuPonts, the Bank of America, and other exploiters, moves closer and closer to open fascism. The future of the Black Panther Party will be directly related to the smashing of the fascist state, and the smashing of the fascist regime. Every time the avaricious, demagogic ruling class gets down wrong on the people, violating their constitutional human rights, it's necessary for the youth of America, the revolutionaries, to move forth and jump on their asses. Every time we see a young child in the black community shot down by some racist pig policeman, it's necessary to use some kind of organized force against the pigs in a way that teaches them that the people are tired of that crap. Every time we see the power structure moving in a way which we know is wrong and against the progress of humanity, we must move to let them know that we're not going for any more of their shit. We always prefer to move in a non-antagonistic fashion, but when the power structure moves against people in an antagonistic manner, and unjustly attacks them, whether they attack them in Alabama, Mississippi, New York, Chicago, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, or anywhere else in the country, it's necessary for the youth of America to resist them, and move things from a lower to a higher level, bust the Nixon-Agnew-Mitchell regime in their asses, and let them know the struggle is here. At the same time, it is necessary for young people to know that we must use organized and practical techniques. We cannot let ourselves continue to be oppressed on a massive scale. We are not trying to be Superman, because we are not Supermen. We are fighting for the preservation of life. We refuse to be brainwashed by comic book notions that distort the real situation. The only way that the world is ever going to be free is when the youth of this country moves with every principle of human respect and with every soft spot we have in our hearts for human life, in a fashion that lets the pig power structure know that when people are racistly and fascistically attacked, the youth will put a foot in their butts and make their blood chill. We look around in the world today, and we look around at home right now, and we see that oppression exists. We know that the workers are exploited, and that most of the people in this country are exploited, in one way or another. We know that as a people, we must seize our time. Huey P. Newton seized the time when he moved and put the Black Panther Party into motion. Other brothers and sisters in the party are continually seizing the time. The time is now to wage relentless revolutionary struggle against the fascist, avaricious, demagogic ruling class and their low-life sadistic pigs. Power to the people. Seize the time. March 5, 1970.